And we're live. Does sound like the music is a little too loud. Let me see here. Is this the right one? Yeah, okay, it is. Okay, so the music is set. My chair is squeaky as usual. And I guess we're good to go. Well, okay then. Let's see. Everything is looking pretty good. So, for anybody just kind of strolling in and coming in and hanging out, welcome, welcome. Glad you could make it. Welcome to the Chill Zone. Today we are going to be finishing up the final 2 chapters of the book that we've been reading, Kirin Rise, The Cast of Shadows. So we are finally at the end, folks. It's been an interesting ride. I hope you guys have been enjoying the book so far. And again, for those of you just kind of hanging out in the background, just lurking or doing anything else, welcome. Hope you guys have a good time. Enjoy your stay, and I hope you just enjoy the nice vibes and everything while we go ahead and finish out the book. I'll be getting started in a little bit. I'm tweaking a few settings here, just kind of getting everything started before we just jump right in. So I'll be kind of working on a couple of little things, but we'll be getting started in probably about like 5 minutes or so, give or take. So just let me finish getting a few. Hey, how you doing, Lemon? Good to see you. Glad you could drop by. Hey, speaking of, what's up? Author in the house. How's everything going, man? So I am actually just kind of getting everything ready over here. We're gonna be finishing up the last two chapters. So it's been busy. How's the webcomic going? I haven't I didn't see the last update from last week. I'm glad you made it too, Lemon. It's about your bedtime, isn't it, young lady? I'm glad you could pop by. So tomorrow is a big release, huh? Hey, can you go ahead and post the link to the webcomic? Totally love to go ahead and promote, like, Kirin Rise side stories and other goings on in the Kirin Rise universe. But yeah, Lemon. I'm glad you liked that other poem that I recorded. I heard that you were a big fan of Dev. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. Here to arrest me for my crimes? But, officer, is there anything I can do to make up for my crimes? Is there any arrangements we can perhaps come to? Also, congratulations on claiming first place. Hang on a second, let me go ahead and the reward queue, get that up. So yes, Lemon, you are first. You have beaten everybody here. Oh, by the way, since this is actually my stream and I didn't want to mention it elsewhere, but I mean, if you were serious about having that list of lines of villainous romantic lines, throw it at me. Because I'm gonna totally make that into a redeem, right? Spinning the wheel and everything. And also, Ed, thanks for the link. Let me go ahead and copy it real quick so that I have it handy. Yeah, absolutely. DM me, please. Please do. I'd love to hear from you more. And in fact, you know what? Just racking up these crimes. What can I say? Well, no, I do know what I can say. I guess you could call it habitual. Ed, give me a second. I am going to go ahead and I'm going to set up a quick timer so that it will... Oh, okay, that's what I think went wrong. I'm going to set up a timer that's going to go ahead and display the Webtoon link periodically. Just give me a sec. Let me just kind of confirm the link here real quick. Make sure it's working. Episode 5 drops tomorrow. Cool deal. And hey Ed, what's the update schedule? Every other Friday, right? For Centerline Punch? And also, how's Ryan and Lily? How are they holding up on the scheduling and stuff and working on the comic? Does Centerline Punch update every other Friday? Or was it every Friday? I forget. Okay. Okay, I am setting it to 15 minutes. Well, I'm gonna set it to like every 18 minutes, just to be offset. So it should be active. I guess we'll see it in, well, we should see the first one come up in about 18 minutes. All right, that said, while I'm here, plus, you know, it just simply wouldn't do to keep everybody waiting. So, and especially considering I know, like, you know, I know Lemon especially came in and is kind of hanging out and just enjoying everything. I want to make sure everybody's having a good time and nice and relaxed. Oh, you had coffee for this? Oh, okay, cool. Groovy. So you don't want to miss a moment then. I see how it is. Alright, so then I am going to go ahead and get started in just a quick sec. Let me just grab a couple things. You'll have regrets in the morning. Well, hopefully I make it worth your while. If not, I'll find a way to make it up to you later. At some point, somehow. Oh, I will. You know I will. I'm glad you do. Okay, so, I think I've got just about everything. And again, for everybody else kind of wandering in, hello and welcome to the Chill Zone. Glad you could make it. Today we are going to be finishing the book Kirin Rise, The Cast of Shadows. We are finishing up the final 2 chapters of the book. Also, we will also be, also don't forget, also from the author, from Kirin Rise, we are also promoting, and I'll be putting up his webcomic and everything, so I'll be plugging the webcomic called Centerline Punch, set in the Kirin Rise universe. So, it's not exactly a side story, think of it as kind of like an extra story that accompanies the book series. So with that said, let me just go ahead and get my throat ready and jump right in. So go ahead and kick back, relax, and let's get started. So where we last left off, things were accelerating and we are now finally at the final match. We are approaching the final match. That's super coming up real quick, and the last session that we had, Kirin had a little bit of a scare as her family was kind of put a little bit in danger from some of her choices. So now at this point, Kirin has to kind of make a choice. Is she going to go forward? What's she going to go ahead and do? How is she going to go ahead and proceed? So let's see how everything turns out. I assume you guys can hear me okay and everything. If not, just by all means speak up if the music is too loud, or if there's like problems with the mic or anything, let me know. Also, there are going to be ads kind of popped up. I think that they're going to wind up coming up every hour. I am not entirely certain. So anybody who's not subscribed, I'm going to try to go ahead and minimize the number of ads that kind of pop up, but So far, it hasn't quite been predictable. So, in the meantime, Chapter 11, The Choice. December 5th, 2032. In the background of a room, the TV was broadcasting the UFMF's main channel. There, a panel of experts was discussing the end of the regular season and previewing the upcoming main event of the Dome. Linkwater, Connor, and Stabler were in a heated debate about the upcoming fights. Linkwater said, "From day one, Connor, I knew this was not going to be like any other season, and so far that's proven to be the case." Connor turned to Linkwater and replied, "While the regular season is at an end, many questions still remain." Linkwater jumped in. "You would think that the biggest news was having the first fighter, Diesel the Wall Williams, achieve something that no fighter has, going 12-0 during the regular season. Instead, that story still comes in at a distant second, as everyone is wondering about the status of Kirin Rise." Connor said, "I agree. Kirin Rise has a 7-0 record before forfeiting her last 5 matches. The question remains, is she going to enter the Dome?" He paused for a moment and added, "You could say that's the $25 million question of the day." Linkwater added, "It's a tough call, as her supporters are mixed. I'm sure everyone is empathetic to the ordeal she went through several months ago with her parents, but fans can be impatient." Connor said, "Her rise to the top was astronomical. She became the people's fighter. Now she's all but disappeared from the spotlight, and her status is unknown." Linkwater added, "I'm willing to bet she doesn't even know what she wants to do." Stabler entered in on the conversation. "Let's face it, many questions remain, all of which, need I remind you, have to be answered by the deadline this Wednesday." Stabler looked at both of his co-hosts, and then stared into the camera. "If she decides to enter, would she be ready to go? How is her state of mind since the incident with her family? Has she been training?" Linkwater said snidely, "Well, we've all seen her training, so I don't believe that's really an issue." The sound of all 3 gentlemen chuckling could be heard from the TV. Kirin only heard pieces of the conversation. To her, it was all the same. Even with her dominating start, the doubters continued to grow, but that was the least of her concerns. Kirin sat by her window in her parents' house, where she'd been staying for the last several months. In her mind, she was the only one capable of protecting them, and she did not want to leave them there alone for a second. Looking outside, she breathed a deep sigh as she found herself lost again. Kirin recalled something Sifu had said to her when she first decided to fight. He told her that a sacrifice would be necessary in her endeavors. Kirin felt that the risk was greater than the cause, as she had almost lost her family, something she was not willing to do. Since that night, she had been struggling for weeks. The nightmares, which she had been able to control for the last several years, had come back. The horror of her past remained alive. The future posed no answers as she pondered some more. Kirin looked down at Bacon. "I'm sorry, boy." She rubbed Bacon with her feet. "I miss butterscotch as much as you do." Bacon looked up at Kirin and whimpered. Kirin's eyes became watery as his sadness reminded her of the reality. Kirin cried herself to sleep, laying down by her bay window with Bacon by her side. A few hours passed before a gentle knock came at the door. Slowly, her mom opened the door and peeked in. "Kirin, honey?" "No!" screamed Kirin as she woke herself up. "Hey, welcome. We just got started." Kirin didn't realize that it was a dream and looked around in a daze. Her mom came over and held her. Kirin, it's okay. It's just a dream. It's okay, baby. Kirin hugged her mom tightly and said, No, it's not okay, Mom. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Kirin's mom said, Kirin, you know we don't blame you for anything that's happened. We've been through this. You have to let it go. Kirin cried, I can't, Mom. I was so selfish and didn't think out my actions. I didn't realize all the people I would get involved. Now I find myself torn. Kirin's mom kissed her on the head. I have to be honest with you, Kirin. While I don't want you to fight, I also know that what you've done has brought hope and change to many people. I can't tell you what to do, baby, but whatever it is, your father and I will always support you. Kirin looked over her mother's shoulder and saw all the unopened gifts she had received over the last several months. There had been a huge outpouring of support from Kirin's fans. She looked at her mom and said, So many people are depending on me, but my actions almost made me lose you guys. Kirin's mom tried to comfort her. We're safe, sweetie. Kirin looked her in the eye. Mom, I can't be here all the time, and your safety is something I'm not willing to sacrifice. Kirin held her mom and did not speak. Then her mom said, Trust me, everything will be okay. Also, hey Lumi. I didn't say that earlier, but glad you could make it. Welcome, welcome. The next day, Kirin found peace at her favorite spot as she sat quietly on the park bench. Disguised with sunglasses and a hoodie, she avoided the crowds and the media. It had been a while since she felt normal. Well, almost normal. Deep down, she knew those days were a thing of the past. At the planetarium, it was a beautiful winter day, and the weather was warm for December. People were outside trying to take advantage of the forgiving temperature. As she looked around, everything seemed normal. Couples were holding hands, chatting together, joggers and bicyclists were getting their exercise, and families mingled, sharing moments. Strangely enough, no safety tactical defense could be found patrolling the area. At first glance, the world seemed right, as if there was no troubles or cares. For a moment, Kirin thought, maybe things aren't as bad as they seem. Several minutes passed as she continued to watch the people watch. Kirin knew a decision was imminent, but continued to procrastinate the inevitable. 2 more days, she thought. Suddenly, a tiny voice caught her off guard. Miss Rise? Surprised and afraid of revealing herself, she cowered and looked slowly toward the source of her voice. I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Rise. I won't give away who you are, said a little girl. Kirin was still cautious, as she looked around to see if anyone had taken notice. I promise, the little girl reassured her. Comforted by the voice, Kirin smiled at her. At first, she was taken aback. She was a cute little girl, dressed in raggedy clothes, probably about 8 or 9 years old. With some concern, Kirin asked, Are you by yourself? Slightly confused, the little girl answered, I'm by myself right now, but I'm usually with my mommy. Kirin said, You shouldn't be by yourself, you know. With a cute frown on her face, she said, I'm sorry, Miss Rise. Kirin patted her on the head and said, Tell you what, call me Kirin, okay? The little girl smiled briefly and looked away. Kirin said, Do you live around here? The little girl looked embarrassed and said, We kind of live wherever Mommy decides to stay that day. Kirin quickly put two and two together and realized she was homeless. She wasn't sure how to respond, so she said, I'm sure things will get better. Can I help you with anything? At first, the little girl hesitated, with one hand behind her back. Then she bit her lip and handed over a doll. Kirin accepted it and realized it was a doll the UFMF had made marketing of her. Kirin said, It's a doll of me. Why are you giving it away? Kirin knew how popular and expensive these were. The little girl did not answer right away, and she looked sad. She said, My mom surprised me several months ago and was able to get one for me. Kirin wondered what she had to do to be able to get a hold of it. Then she looked up at Kirin and said, I want you to have it. Startled by her remark, Kirin asked, But why? The little girl said, Miss Rise, Kirin, the doll is a symbol of hope. I believed you when you said that. If you try hard enough, eventually good things will happen. I saw you saying that on a TV interview. Kirin said, It's true, it will. The little girl said, My mommy said not to have high hopes in other people, because they will always let you down. That's why Daddy left us and why we have no place to stay anymore. Kirin was saddened by the statement. She said, I want you to keep the doll. I want you to still believe. The little girl pushed it back from her hands and said, I haven't seen you fight in months. Everyone on the street says you've quit. Kirin replied, It's not as simple as that. The little girl with a sad face looked up and said, You're not going to fight in the dome, are you? Kirin looked down with uncertainty and said, I'm not sure. Kirin placed her hand on the little girl's shoulder as they both stood silently. She felt as helpless as the little girl with no answer to comfort her. Maria! Yelled a woman from the distance. The little girl turned around and said, Mommy, I'm over here! Kirin looked up to see a young woman, probably only in her mid-20s, approach the little girl. The woman looked upset and said, Maria, what did I say about talking to strangers? Maria said, I'm sorry, Mommy. The woman grabbed the little girl and started pulling her away from Kirin. Kirin watched as the little girl walked away. In her hand, she held the doll and squeezed it hard as she started to cry. She felt the weight of the people suddenly upon her. Two days later, Fawn was sitting in his chair across from Thorn's table. He was nervous, and he tapped his foot on the ground and continued to squirm around. It unnerved those around him. At the other end of the table, Thorn was the complete opposite. He looked to be the essence of serenity. He was reading his pad until his eyes shifted to stare directly at Fawn. That action spoke louder than words, and Fawn apologized. Sorry, boss, I don't know how you can stay so calm, he said in a jittery voice. Fawn often wondered how Thorn kept his cool, even in the most heated situations. It was one of the many traits he admired about his boss. Thorn took a sip of his morning coffee and then spoke. Fawn, people are emotional creatures. In reality, no different from an animal. If you pull the right strings, they move precisely how you want them to, just like a trained dog. You're so confident, boss. Fawn tried his best to calm his own nerves, but continued to fidget around. always remember, it's the unknown that creates the fear. Be several steps ahead of your opponent, and you'll never have to worry about the outcome." He said it with such reassurance that it helped Fawn finally settle down. Thorn stood up from his desk and peered over the edge of his window. His hand shook for a moment, but he eventually got control of it. Then he began to admire the view and asked, "How many hours until the official deadline for declaring?" Fawn checked his watch. "There's still another 3 hours, boss." Thorn said, "Did you pay the actors already?" Fawn said, "Yes, boss. I made sure we got the best actors for the job and promised them double if it worked." Thorn asked, "You were able to find the actors to my exact specifications?" Thorn's head tilted slightly, waiting for an answer. "Oh yes, boss. See for yourself." Fawn showed a picture of a little girl, clearly proud of his own work. Thorn turned around and looked at the picture. She was exactly how he had imagined her to be. He handed it back to Fawn and said, "Perfect. There's no doubt this will work." Fawn nervously replied, "Boss, I'm sure this will work since your plans always do, but let's say Kirin comes back. There's a strong possibility she could win the entire thing." "I've got everything covered, Fawn." "Everything," said Thorn confidently, as he pulled out a small object from his pocket and stared at it. Several minutes passed as neither said a word. Fawn's nerves began to get the best of him again, while Thorn continued to look outside, each with his own way of dealing with the wait. Fawn said, "It's been 2 days since Kirin spoke to the little girl, boss. Is she gonna wait till the last minute?" Thorn said, "Timing is a difficult process, Fawn, that one can't predict with total accuracy. It's like trying to pick the exact bottom when to buy a stock. Most people waste so much time trying to achieve that level of perfection that they often miss the right opportunity. However, I can guarantee you this." He stared directly at Fawn. "She will be coming back." Fawn thought it ignored, moved by his commanding voice. Fawn was sure that Thorn had the power to mentally will things into happening. Just then, Linda spoke, startling Fawn from his seat. Thorn remained emotionless and waited to see what she had to say. Through the intercom, she said, "Sir, turn on your TVs now." Her voice had a sense of urgency, alerting them that something important had just happened. Fawn thought that the timing of this was somewhat ironic. Thorn looked devilishly at Fawn and replied, "Thanks, Linda." Fawn eagerly waited the news, hoping that this would finally answer the question that had been plaguing him for days. He leaned forward with his good ear. "TV's on." Thorn spoke into the air. Several of the large screen TVs that were located throughout the office simultaneously powered on. It didn't matter where Fawn looked, since the size and multitude of options to view from were unlimited. Breaking news! Kirin Rise will be appearing in just a minute to speak to the entire press regarding her status in the upcoming UFMF event. On the screen was a podium surrounded by over 30 microphones from all different networks covering the event. Thorn and Fawn were glued to the TV as they waited for events to unfold. Fawn began shaking again, wondering what was going to happen, as he took a big gulp and held his breath. A minute later, Kirin came strolling toward the podium, wearing her usual red hoodie. It was difficult to read anything from her facial expression. The TV captured the sound of reporters jostling to get into position, and hundreds of clicks and flashes began showering her as she stood by the podium. Kirin stared straight into the camera as a hush spread over the crowd, and likely everyone watching on TV. Her lips began to move slowly as she said casually, "I'm in." With that, she turned around and began to walk away. The screams of reporters bombarded her with questions, wanting to know more, but their cries fell upon deaf ears as she faded away. Fawn let out a deep sigh. He was relieved that everything had worked out. He turned immediately to look at Thorn, who wore a confident grin on his face. Thorn said, "As expected." Later that day, a knock came on Sifu's apartment door. "1 second," Sifu called as he hurried to see who it was. He opened the door to find Kirin standing there with a somber look on his face. Sifu did not speak a word. Kirin said, "Does it ever bother you that you're always right?" Sifu thought about it for a second and said, "I would be extremely bothered if I was wrong." Kirin shook her head and said, "Sifu, I have less than 2 weeks to prepare for the dome. Will you help me get ready?" Sifu opened the door and welcomed her in. Kirin got halfway through and saw Tobias sitting on the couch. She turned back to look at Sifu and said, "You do this on purpose to torture me." Sifu shrugged his shoulders. Kirin looked at Tobias and said, "Random luck you stopped by?" Tobias smiled. "Of course not. More like a random call out of the blue to come to this place just now." Both Tobias and Kirin rolled their eyes, knowing an explanation was not coming soon. It was Sifu performing the unexplainable. Sifu clapped his hands, causing both of them to jerk their heads. He said, "Let's train." Several hours passed as training continued between the two. "Maybe you should take a break," said Sifu. Kirin said, "I'm good to go." Tobias looked at Kirin and said, Let's take a little break, okay?" "Fine, you wimp," said Kirin. Tobias laughed and threw a bottle of water at Kirin. "Well, how do you think I'm looking, Sifu?" asked Kirin. "Same as always, not bad," replied Sifu. "Sifu, do you think that in my lifetime I'll do anything that might be good?" Sifu responded, "When that happens, Kirin, you'll be the first to know." Kirin laughed. "Sifu, I'm not questioning your teaching style, and there's no doubt I would never have gotten this far without your help. But I guess I always wonder, how is it that I'm doing the polar opposite of what every fighter is doing to train for this tournament, and yet it's working? There's still so much I need to teach you, but for now, I'm giving you only what's necessary so you can win this tournament," said Sifu. "The last thing I want is you to be thinking too much. I want you to move out there naturally, without the thought." Kirin listened obediently and nodded her head. Sifu looked at Kirin seriously. "The key is playing our game. All those UFMF fighters are playing a game. The difference is the approach to how we play our game. I don't want you to spar, because that hinders your overall game. I'm teaching you the skill to kill, not the ability to play around with people. Once you do that, then you'll be in trouble." Kirin asked, "I understand, Sifu, so what's our focus over the next week?" "We're going to work on one thing, and that's closing the gap," said Sifu. Kirin said, "I believe I've been staying true to hitting the line straight when I've closed the gap, Sifu." "For the most part, Kirin, you have, but on some occasions I could see your center leaning off the line," stated Sifu. Why is it so important that I don't step to the side? Our game is that domination of the line, as if you and your opponent are on a tightrope. Once you fade to the side, you're no longer aiming at the target. You don't want to be the one to step off that tightrope first and initiate an attack from the side. Hit him straight, hit him hard, and focus everything at his target, said Sifu. Kirin nodded somewhat uncertainly, and Sifu stressed, "Remember, make the opponent move. Don't move for him." "Why is that, Sifu?" Sifu said, "That's because you're nobody's bitch." Kirin laughed, for it was rare for Sifu to swear. In fact, Kirin tried to recall if Sifu had ever sworn before, but he was dead serious. "When you close that gap, give them nothing to counter, but once they make that move, take their center and do what we do best," said Sifu. Kirin smiled and said, "Let's do a drill. Are you ready, Tobias, or do you need a latte and another 10 minutes of rest?" "Sifu, you sure I can't hit her to make the drill more realistic?" Sifu laughed. "Okay, let's work on this drill for now." The day of the dome. The previous 2 weeks had passed quickly, as the entire country put everything on hold for the biggest event of the year. Everywhere you looked, the UFMF was heavily advertised. Not a second passed by that was not related to the dome. Rich or poor, it did not matter. Everyone was talking about what to expect from the upcoming fights. Debates at the water cooler and family meals ran heated. Little kids pretended to be their favorite fighters. Expectations were set high. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Media was at an all-time frenzy, covering the top 16 fighters who had qualified for the dome. Every fighter was required to accommodate the press. However, envy formed as Kirin took the majority of the attention. The growth of the UFMF had been exponential this season, unmatched by previous years. The source was Kirin, who was both a blessing and curse. There was no question that her presence generated global attention. However, the foundation that led her to their dominance in the States was being tested by her outspoken opinion on the laws that the UFMF had lobbied for. On the outside, the UFMF's global growth was all but assured after the season. However, structures that rise quickly tend to be weaker and fall. Was the foundations that led them to the top being destroyed from the inside out? Stabler and Krenzel were broadcasting the main event to hundreds of millions while in front of a frenzied crowd of 250,000. At a motion from the cameraman, Stabler began to speak, and the crowd erupted. He smiled into the camera and looked back to the crowd. Then, like a seasoned professional, he used the moment to his advantage. Stabler shook his head and muttered, "Insane." Basking in the moment, Krenzel absorbed the energy and then turned to Stabler. "This is my 5th year doing this, and Stabler, you've been fortunate enough to be here from the very start. This is unbelievable." Stabler said, "This is the 10th year of the Dome, and each year it continues to grow dramatically. Still, this is nothing I have ever seen before." Inside the locker room, Tobias watched Kirin pacing back and forth. His eyes felt strained as she repeated the same pattern for several minutes. He had trained diligently for Kirin for the past week and a half and wondered why her nerves were kicking in. Curious, he asked, "Why are you nervous?" Kirin turned around, stopping dead in her tracks. She glanced at Tobias first, then pointed to the TV screen. Tobias peeked over at Kirin's shoulder, but saw nothing except the crowd being broadcast. He sneered at Kirin and said, You're more worried about all those people watching than the fights? Kirin frowned at Tobias and said, fighting is simply hitting the center and hit it hard. It's kind of unnerving to have 1 billion people plus watching your every move. Tobias said in jest, I thought you would be used to it by now, Miss Celebrity. Kirin folded her arms and made an annoyed sound that most guys would consider cute. It was her way of pouting and letting Tobias know that he wasn't being much help at all. Realizing he might have put himself in the doghouse with her, he quickly changed the subject. Tobias stared at his watch and asked Kirin, how much longer till your first match? He leaned further back in his seat, looking bored with the wait. That did the trick, as Kirin quickly forgot what she was pouting about, calculated an answer for Tobias. It'll be a good hour to an hour and a half. Then she realized the length of time they had to endure and sulked at the fact. Kirin stared at the screen as one of the fighters made his entrance into the ring. She admired the effort in putting together such a huge procession and shared her thoughts as quickly with Tobias. You know, Tobias, it would be kind of cool to have a huge elaborate entrance like everyone else, don't you think? Tobias recalled Kirin mentioning this before, but pretended to act surprised. He blurted out, you with a huge group? You've always had that solo mentality. Besides, not sure what we can conjure up with a budget of only 50 credits. Kirin looked back toward the screen and murmured, I'm just saying. She realized he was right, and such an elaborate entrance would be a waste of funds. Tobias teased, so, hanging with me and playing Sifu's old 80s music for an entrance isn't good enough for you? Kirin swung around, fearing she had made him feel bad. It's not what I meant. Tobias merely laughed as he looked at Kirin. She jumped next to him and punched him hard on the arm. He cowered and laughed. I hope you hit harder than that in the match. Oh, you want me to hit harder? Asked Kirin as she lifted her fist, threatening that the next punch would really hurt. Tobias chuckled and quickly said, I'm kidding. I know you can hit hard. They were giggling as a way to kill some time, but their moment of laughter was interrupted by the sudden sound of knocking at the door. Both of them looked at the door, but Kirin was the only one wondering who it could be. Kirin pulled away from Tobias and said, Do you know who it is? Tobias pretended to be unaware and said, Why don't you open it and see for yourself? He sat back as Kirin moved toward the door. Kirin called out, Who is it? But did not get a response. She grabbed the handle and slowly pulled it open, peeking to see who it was through the little crack. Her heart skipped a beat. She leapt backwards with both her hands covering her mouth. Oh my God! Exclaimed Kirin. She asked, What are you doing here? As she giggled with excitement. Hey, little sister, said Big T in his smooth voice. He smiled as his hulking body passed through the doorway. Kirin was taken aback, but then became even more overwhelmed as the entire gang appeared. Ken, Danny, Robert, Ryan, Doc, and of course Big T. Kirin ran toward Big T and leapt into his arms. It looked like a bear hugging a little rabbit. She was so excited, and all her friends appreciated her reaction. It was one of those rare, genuine moments that you wish to be a part of. The biggest fight of the year and you representing? How could we not be here for you? Said Robert. Kirin smiled, looking somewhat stunned that Robert had a compliment come out of his mouth. She wondered if that was really him or an imposter. Then Ryan said, Do we get a hug also? Big T gently put her down, and she greeted each of her old friends with a hug and a smile. She said, I'm so happy you guys are all here, but... She looked back and forth, surprised and confused at how all this could be happening. Doc decided to answer a question and said, Thank the leader. He gave us a call to be here as your marching entourage. He bowed as his arms stretched out in the direction of Tobias. She was genuinely surprised as she said, Tobias? Doc nodded his head to confirm. She smiled, ran to Tobias, and gave him a quick peck on the cheek followed by a hug. Tobias choked, This is much better than you punching me. Kirin said, "How'd you know?" as she gazed into Tobias's eyes. Tobias replied, "You know, hanging out with Sifu, you pick up a thing or two. Besides, didn't you say you wanted to march out with a huge entourage?" Kirin squeezed harder and whispered into his ear, "Thank you. I guess you do listen. Sometimes." She was busy chatting when her focus got interrupted yet again. A voice from behind the door said, "Don't your closest friends count?" Kirin let go of Tobias and stood waiting to see who else would walk through the door. Gwen, Sage, and Hunter emerged from the shadows. Kirin greeted them with enthusiasm, hugging Gwen and giving Sage a friendly kiss on his cheek. Kirin liked that Sage and Gwen were holding hands. "My two best friends in the world. Aren't you guys busy with school?" Gwen and Sage looked at each other like couples do and smiled. Sage said, "We wouldn't dare miss our friend's big fight for anything." Gwen nodded in agreement and held Kirin's hand firmly. Kirin was so happy as she turned her eyes to Hunter, standing behind them. He seemed shy as he waited for his turn to greet her. "You came," she said in a sweet and tender voice. Hunter stood there watching her with a smile and then began to approach. Kirin moved closer as the two tightly embraced one another. Kirin whispered, "I'm so glad you're here." Hunter whispered back, "I'll always be here for you." Kirin blushed and hugged him tightly as everyone watched. Finally, Hunter said, "There's one last person still." Kirin wondered who it could be. Everyone was there that she wanted to be in her march. The entire room turned to see who was behind Hunter as he slowly stepped to the side to reveal Sifu. He stood there, in his stance, with his hands behind his back. His gentle demeanor was a refreshing sight. Nuts. Okay, so I apparently completely missed the unmute button. Okay then. Whoops, let me take that back from the top then. What's the word? What do we say here? It's not a stream unless it's a little bit scuff, right? Thanks, Bez. I'm glad that you actually put that up, and also, then that also means you missed it. Hey, welcome, glad you could make it. Glad you're here, dude. And again, thanks for warning me that I was muted all this time. Because I was practically 2 pages ahead already, darn it. At the end of day 1, the cameras turned to Stabler as he began to wrap up the broadcast. He said, "The first day of the Dome did not disappoint as a few underdogs surprised the pack. Tomorrow we'll be gearing up for the afternoon semifinal, followed by the evening finale. I cannot wait to see how this plays out." Krenzel said, "As impressed I am to see Kirin Rise back from her layoff, to me the domination of the fighting of Diesel the Wall Williams seems almost superhuman." Stabler nodded. "Yeah, there is no denying that. Don't get me wrong, as much as I like what Kirin's done in this fight, there's something about the wall that just makes you want to run and hide." Krenzel said, "Okay, Stabler, with all this frenzy, Eliza, our In the Dome foot reporter, was able to get a few words with the wall. Eliza, let's hear from the favorite." A slight delay occurred, since Eliza had a difficult time hearing her cue as the sound of the audience was overwhelming. She finally said, "Diesel, as my colleagues were saying, you almost seem superhuman in this tournament. Any thoughts on how you feel you're doing so far?" Diesel said, "First, Eliza, I thank God for giving me the opportunity to showcase my talents. Superhuman comes from 2 things, hard work and the man above." Eliza said, "While there's several possibilities of who's going to make it to the finale, right now it looks like you and Kirin have a date with destiny. I don't believe in destiny, I believe in God's will." Eliza nodded and replied, "Any thoughts on your possible opponents, especially Kirin Rise?" She covered her other ear and brought the microphone even closer to Diesel to speak into. Diesel grabbed the microphone from Eliza and was very animated. "I understand that the people think that Kirin Rise is the people's fighter. She fights for their cause. But, unlike Kirin, I fight for a higher power, God." Eliza started to speak, but Diesel, all heated up, barreled on. "God has spoken to me and has told me to do whatever I need to do to win this tournament. And since this is God's will, I am but his humble soldier, willing to do his bidding. I guarantee that I'm going to win it. I am, in fact, God's warrior." With that, Diesel handed the microphone back to Eliza and began to walk away. The crowds began to swarm over him as security did their best to maintain their distance. Eliza spoke. "Well, you heard it here first. The wall has guaranteed victory." Suddenly, Diesel came back, startling Eliza as he grabbed the mic to say, "By the way, Eliza, you're looking mighty fine." Eliza was taken back and stammered, "Well, I don't want to be the one to argue against God. Thanks, Diesel." Diesel smiled into the cameras, made the symbol of the cross with his hands, and finally walked away. Krenzel said, "Is it just me, or does it make you shiver when the wall speaks?" Stabler, in all seriousness, said, "I'm shivering, and it's not because it's cold." Eliza commented, "That makes 3 of us." Krenzel smiled. "We'll be back after a word from our sponsors." Never forget that you set the standard for what is acceptable. Sifu. And that's the end of part 1. Give me one quick sec, let me hydrate real quick and stretch for a moment, and I'll get into section 1, short story number 11. I hope you guys are enjoying the story right now, and for anybody else who's new, who's just kind of wandered in, hello, welcome in. We are finishing up the final 2 chapters of the book, Kirin Rise, The Cast of Shadows. I'm glad you could make it. Feel free to get comfortable, relax, and just enjoy the vibe, the story, and hope you enjoy. Have a good time. Section 1. Short Stories number 11. Kirin's Point of View. Pictures of you. 3 years, 44 days. I was halfway out of the parking lot, ready to leave school with Sage and Gwen, when I realized I'd forgotten something. Oh crap, I muttered as I searched through my school bag. What's wrong, Kirin? Asked Gwen. Hey guys, go on without me. I'll catch up later, I said. Sage and Gwen waved goodbye as I quickly turned around. Walking back, I was fighting against the flow of students heading out of school. I laughed at the irony, considering I spent all my time training to go with the Force. Most of them were headed home, while others remained for after-school activities. I entered through the main entrance and decided to take a different route to my locker. After climbing several stairs to the 2nd level, I was about to continue my walk to the locker when suddenly somebody caught my eye. I turned to the right and saw a display of random photographs hanging along the school wall. It was different seeing something in print, since everything was always digitized through some sort of screen. They were beautifully taken shots of random subjects ranging from city landscape shots to close-ups of flowers. I spent a moment gazing at each one that captured my imagination. As I continued to look, one picture stood out from all the rest. I stared at the image of a little boy on his knees, holding a flower next to a grave. Beside him, a man put his hand on his shoulder. Unlike all the other pictures that dazzled with vibrant color, this was the only one that was in black and white. Yet, this image called to me more than the others. I stared endlessly into the picture, which captured the essence of that moment. I kept looking deeper until it became lost in a blur of pixels. Do you like that pic? The sound of the voice startled me as I turned around. I'm sorry, Kirin. I didn't mean to startle you, said Hunter. Oh, hi, Hunter. I turned back toward the picture. Hunter spoke. I can't take credit for that pic, but the others are all mine. Who is it? I asked. It's me. My uncle took that picture of me during the funeral, said Hunter softly. Who had died? I asked casually. My mom, said Hunter. The answer caught me off guard, and I said, I'm sorry. I didn't know. It's okay. I know you didn't know. But thanks for saying that. Hunter looked at me with kind eyes. You know, even though I was a little kid at the time, I appreciate the picture my uncle took. Every time I look at that picture, I feel that moment as if it were the right now. And while it was a sad moment, it's my strongest memory of my mom. It was this picture that got me interested in photography, so I asked my uncle to teach me. Since then, I've been taking pictures, or, as I like to say it, freezing moments of time. I said, I like your other pictures as well, but this one definitely caught my eye. Hunter looked at me. They say pictures have different meanings for everyone. Why did this catch your eye, Kirin? I stood there for a second as my eyes watered and I choked up. I struggled with each word as I said, I have no pictures of my parents or of myself when I was young. Only pieces of fragmented memories, and most of them I would rather forget. So, while this is a sad picture, that memory was at least captured, even if it was painful. As more time goes by, I lose more of the past. I paused for a second. I wish I had had a picture, even if it was one like this, I said sadly. I'm sorry to hear that, said Hunter. I stood there silently, feeling the weight of the moment lingering. Hunter's hand touched me on the shoulder, and I looked up. You know what? You should join the photography club. I could help you get started if you're interested. I looked at Hunter and said, when's the next meeting? You're in luck. I'm headed there now, he said. I don't have a camera, I said. That's okay, you can share mine, he said, calmly hoisting his backpack as proof. Hunter said, give it a try, as he spoke with his eyes. He indicated with his head for me to follow him and smiled. His sincere voice and kind smile made me say, okay. The next hour with Hunter went by in a flash. He had a way of making me laugh, and I discovered we had so much in common. Most of the photography discussions went over my head, but I didn't care. Hunter took the time and kindly explained what I needed to know. The little things and his attention to detail were so appealing. For the first time, I was starting to see Hunter in a different light. Hunter said, so, what do you think? You want to join the class? I looked at him bashfully and said, yeah, I'd like that. Hey, welcome. Good to see you, 180. Or I should say, Ohio. Wait. Good morning for waking up. So, alright. And also, hey, congratulations on making second. So, yeah. Glad you guys could make it. Dodge this. 3 years, 62 days. Oh crap. I prepared for the worst, realizing the inevitable. Dodge this, Kirin, several guys shouted in unison at me. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. I cowered in the fetal position, trying to protect all the vital spots. I thought, brace for impact. Whack, whack, thud, whack, thud, thud. There I was, lying on the floor, a victim of the game dreaded by nerds across the country. Dodgeball. Can't dodge everything, Kirin, laughed a group of jocks as they walked away. Lying on the floor, I wasn't mad, nor could I be angry at my team. They were trying the best they could. It was true they couldn't hit me, and I could catch everything thrown my way, but I had one major handicap. I threw like a girl. Unfortunately for me, they got wise to my game. Even though they were jocks, united, they were able to create one functioning brain that came up with a simple strategy. They picked off my teammates one by one and left me for last. When that happened, even I didn't stand a chance. I stayed on the ground, listening to the voice of mockery and laughter. Staring up at the ceiling, I saw only the bright lights hanging above me. I whispered softly, "Go into the light, Kirin, go into the light. There you will find peace." I was smiling as I pictured a happy place with rainbows, unicorns, and waterfalls. And, most importantly, where dodgeball did not exist. "Laps," Coach Smith yelled. Shattered like glass by the sound of his voice, my fantasy dissipated. A figure hovered above me, blocking the light. Sage extended a hand to help me. Come on, Kirin. Welcome to Life Sucks, Sage said disgustedly. He helped me up from the ground, and I reaped the reward for being on the weaker gene pool physically. More laps. Coach Smith was a sadistic teacher. He was old and grumpy, a former jock trying to relive his glory days. He thought by torturing the nerds, he would still be part of the next generation of jocks. Come to think of it, that did work. Every month and a half, we would get a new scheduled activity for gym, and he always favored the jocks. May was tough times for the physically handicapped because it brought dodgeball. At least with other sports like basketball or baseball, you just lost. The game of dodgeball was all about punishment. Coach Smith would try different ways of pretending to make even teams, but we went through the routine like sheep and ended up with our respective cliché groups. Dorks and geeks versus jocks and princesses. Evolution could not change this, no matter how much man had evolved. I'd later come to realize that, as long as the illusion of fairness and balance was maintained, people fell in line and did what was ordered. I really hated the start of the week, not because of school, but because it was often referred to as Beatdown Monday. The teams were evenly split in number, not in skill. The losers had to run 5 laps after their team was eliminated. It was the salt on the open wound, adding further humiliation to the situation. On our 3rd lap around, I could see the jocks relaxing and laughing at us during our exhausting run. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Hunter entering the gym area. He was dressed in gym clothes and he had a sheet in his hand. I wondered what that was all about. He walked over to Coach Smith, who was glad to see him come. He shook his hand and took the sheet, reading it before he patted Hunter on the back. Then, he signaled him to join the jock side. This was our 2nd set of laps, and there was a good 15 minutes remaining until the end of the period. We were destined to do a 3rd. Line 'em up, Coach Smith bellowed. Great. Circle of life, I muttered, grimacing at the thought. The Fellowship of Nerds, including Sage and I, were still catching our breath. Beaten and exhausted from a low O2 count, we were going to have to go through this entire process again. Tim, the last of our team members running, was nearing the end of his final lap when he suddenly crumpled to the floor. He grabbed his ankle in agony. Ah! He yelled in pain. He was rolling around holding his ankle. We all ran over to see if he was okay. Coach Smith waddled toward Tim and yelled, "All right, what seems to be the problem?" Sage answered sarcastically, "I'm no doctor, Coach Smith, but seeing he's grabbing his ankle, I don't think it's his appendix bursting." I snickered at the comment. Coach Smith stared at Sage. "Watch it." Sage looked away and let Coach Smith do his work. "Okay, Tim, go to the nurse's office and get yourself patched up." Tim took a few moments but managed to drag himself away. Tragedy for Tim immediately turned into a realization of triumph on our side. Mike, our leading geek, voiced our thoughts. "Coach Smith, we have an uneven number. We can't possibly play dodgeball anymore, can we?" Coach Smith not only had a T-Rex body, but also a mind to match. He tried to compute the fact that he was short for a 1 for an uneven number. The visuals of a T-Rex trying to do subtraction with those shortened digits made me giggle. Everyone was excited by the prospect of a decent excuse to get out of this hellhole of a game. At the very least, we could hold our heads up high with dignity that we'd not have to do a 3rd set of laps. Winning by default had become the American way. My team members looked at each other, and we're all thinking that we finally had an out and could avoid the last 15 minutes. We did our best to try to control our excitement. Mental high fives were spread amongst us with quick nod to one another. Suddenly, Hunter jumped in. "Hey guys, if you don't mind, I'll join your side, and we'll have an even number again." We all looked at Coach Smith, who, although ingrained in his ways, somehow managed to realize that this was the only way for the game to continue. He reluctantly agreed to a suggestion. Everyone turned their heads in disgust at Hunter's offer. He had good intentions, but that led us right back into the pit of hell. Hunter walked into the group all excited as everyone turned their back to him. What? What? Hunter asked in confusion, wondering what he'd done. Come on, Sage. Pay attention, I said angrily. Sage yelled back as he pointed to his head and said, I am, but I've been catching the ball with my face for the last half hour. Hunter didn't recognize anyone and decided to stand by me and Sage. We'd reached the point of simple hellos, waves, and small chit-chats as we passed each other between classes. Hey Kirin, what's up, Sage? Sage waved back, still in somewhat of a daze. He whispered to me, Why is everyone upset, Kirin? Hunter, I know you don't know the situation, but every week, for 50 minutes, we get pummeled by these jocks in dodgeball. Oh, sorry, Hunter said apologetically. Seriously, I didn't know. I felt bad. Hunter had good intentions, and he was taking the brunt of the anger from all of us. The team was deflated and faced another pounding. All right, everybody get ready for the pain, yelled one of the jocks, pointing to us from across the room. Come on, guys, let's try. I did my best to pump up the team, clapping my hands as my rally cry. Do or do not, there is no try, Sage muttered in a hoarse voice. For someone who's been catching the ball with his face, I'd settle for just try right now. Sage gave me a dirty look. Hunter snapped his fingers and strangely enough said, That's from that space movie. Sage and Hunter looked at each other, bonding in that dork moment. I rolled my eyes and cut Hunter off. Will you two fools concentrate and stop quoting stupid movie lines? Coach Smith said, All right, ladies, ready? Go! The jocks were super confident, as they did not even bother running to the balls. Then again, we'd never beaten them before, so there was no reason for any doubt. Our side had all the balls, and I grabbed one for myself. From there, our team made some lame attempts to try to get them out, but the balls floated in the air like snowflakes. The sad thing is, that was even better than how I could throw. Hunter yelled, Kirin, give me the ball. What? Why? I asked. I looked at him in confusion. Trust me on this. Give me the ball. Hunter said confidently with his hands outstretched, waiting for it. I figured he couldn't possibly throw any worse than I did, so there was nothing to lose. I tossed him the ball. His was the last ball that remained on our side now that we were getting ready for the barrage back. Suddenly, all we saw was a flash of red, like a laser beam from Hunter's hand toward one of the jocks. Then a sound bellowed as that we had never heard before on our side. You're up! Yelled Coach Smith. We were all stunned. Hunter had an arm like a cannon. He just beamed the crap out of one of the jocks, and they themselves were shell-shocked from the throw. We all looked at each other like Hunter was our savior. Maybe we had a glimmer of hope. Everyone, move back, I shouted. All the balls were on the other end, and now they were upset. They had never lost a guy before, and payback was on their mind. My strategy was simple. Either dodge the balls or catch them. Because of Wing Chun, I could literally absorb the force of the throw and catch everything in my general direction. My hands were like flypaper. Whatever I touched stuck to me. 2 balls were thrown in my direction. I felt my center and easily adjusted as one sailed by me and I caught the other one. Holy crap, said Hunter. What? I looked at him. You've got some moves, Hunter said with a look of surprise. Here, make yourself useful. I tossed him another ball. Hunter grabbed it and threw, parting the jocks like Moses parting the Red Sea. Whoosh! You're out, Coach Smith roared, unleashing a tirade of one-liners. Out! Sit down, Buttercup. Bookworm, back to the library. Don't cry, Poindexter. Out! E equals MC out. Force equals max times your face out. Your IQ didn't help you then, did it? Out. Coach Smith was calling the game furiously as both sides had a few left. Sage looked at me. I hate Coach Smith. When do you think that cholesterol level will take effect? I laughed and told him to pay attention. It was down to 3 versus 2. Sage, Hunter, and I against a duo of jocks. Hunter and I had the edges as Sage stood in the middle. All the balls were on their side, and we needed some ammo back. I caught a slight gesture from the jocks, and I realized they were both gunning for Sage. I yelled, "Sage!" Unfortunately, Sage had that deer in the headlights look. He was caught off guard and curled into a duck and cover position as the balls started sailing. I managed to move quick enough to push Sage out of the ball's first path. The second ball, which was just a second behind, aimed much lower, but I caught it with a single hand. As I lay on the floor, Hunter ran toward me and looked at me as if he knew my thoughts. I quickly tossed him the ball, and he spun around with full force, rifling the last ball into the jock's face. "You're out!" yelled Smith. "We won!" I hoisted my hands into the air with a look of shock. Even if it was only for this one day, we did something that we thought was impossible. We won for the first time. We actually won. Excitement buzzed as everyone congratulated each other on our team. Hunter came up to me and said, without a thought, I hugged him hard. Then I realized it was Hunter. I kind of blushed afterwards and looked away and continued high-fiving other people around us. Coach Smith yelled, "Laps!" At that beautiful sound, we cheered even harder as the jocks begrudgingly began doing their laps. "Hey, Kirin?" asked Hunter. I looked toward him shyly, still feeling awkward about the hug. "How do you do that?" asked Hunter. "Do what?" I said. "Move like you're floating on air. It's like you're hovering over the ground," Hunter said with a perplexed look. "I've never seen anyone move like that." Hunter's words about floating in the air reminded me of our past footwork classes, and I could hear Sifu drilling us to control our center. "Kirin, did you hear me?" asked Hunter. Shaking my head, I snapped out of my daze and said, "Oh, sorry about that. I control my center of gravity and keep it balanced. So, regardless of how I step, I can move in any direction smoothly right away. Kind of like a pinball." "But all athletes do that. I do wrestling and I'm aware of my balance," said Hunter. How do I explain this?" I thought for a second. "Well, your balance is based off muscle, but my balance is based off body alignment. Does that make any sense?" I said. Hunter looked confused. "I'm not really sure what you mean." I looked at Hunter and then asked, "Right now, how you're standing, do you feel balance?" Hunter thought for a second. "Yeah, I'm balanced." I examined him and said, "No, you're not." I could see that he was leaning slightly on the back of his heel. I walked over to Hunter and lightly pushed his chest. He immediately rocked back. I thought, his chest feels so solid. "See, you were leaning on the back of your heels. On the back of your heel. Excuse me, on the back of your heels. That's why the slightest touch rocked you back." Hunter shook his head. "I see what you just did, but you can see all that?" I smiled. "It takes practice, but once you can do it, you see it immediately." Hunter looked at me. "I don't know what you know, but whatever it is, it's incredible." Sage yelled at me, "Come on, Kirin, hurry up. We're going to be late for our next class." I turned back to Hunter and gave a slight smile. Anyway, we wouldn't have won it without you." Hunter smiled. "I'm just glad I could help." "Well, I better get going." I was turning back and forth, trying to think of something clever to say. By the way, then I tripped over my legs and fell spectacularly on my butt. Totally embarrassing. I hung my head down. Master of my center, I thought to myself as I ate a slice of humble pie. As I stared down at the ground, a hand came out in front of my face. Hunter said nothing, but with a kindness on his face that I'd never noticed before, extended his hand to help me up. No excuses. 3 years, 70 days. Gwen was chomping on the school lunch as I finally sat down and joined her. "Where's Sage?" I asked. Gwen answered in mid-chew. "He's running late." I opened up my lunch and pulled out my meal. Gwen wiped her face. "How come you never eat the meals here in school?" I answered, "Have you seen our choices?" Gwen replied, "Yeah, it's not so bad." I started laughing. "Hot dog, nuggets, pizza, and burger. That's not so bad?" Wait a second, hold on. Sorry, just checking real quick to make sure that the playlist was okay, because I don't remember. Just wanted to make sure this was supposed to be like a no copyright soundtrack, so. When she didn't respond, I said, "You know, my mom only gets me fast food when she wants to punish me." "That is so wrong," Gwen laughed. "What did you bring?" Looking excited, I answered, "Mom packed me some prepackaged sushi." "Ew, that fishy thing. Yuck," said Gwen. "You know, sticking to a Western-style diet is going to kill you," I laughed. "I'll take my chances. Besides, I don't like food that's still moving," Gwen smiled. I chuckled. "You goofball. Sushi's raw, not alive. Besides, I'm not sure you can even call what you're eating nowadays food." After eating and chatting for a few minutes, Gwen frowned and said, "What's wrong, Kirin? Your mind seems to be elsewhere lately." "I can't help it. I can only go to Wing Chun class once a week. There's gotta be a way for me to attend more often," I said. "I don't get it. Why are you so obsessed with it?" asked Gwen. "I can't put my finger quite on it, but the moment I walked into the school, I just had to learn it," I said. Suddenly Sage came up and said, "How are my 2 favorite girls?" Gwen laughed. "Sage, I think Kirin and I are the only 2 girls you hang out with, so that's by default." Sage frowned. "I know. What's up with that? I figured if I hung out with cute girls, you'd be a magnet for more." Sage grabbed a seat and sat down between us. I smirked. "Well, Gwen's high maintenance and I'm antisocial. You need more of a rah-rah cheerleading type." "Damn it, why are the gods so cruel?" Sage shook his hand in the air, staring at the ceiling. "Why were you late?" I asked. "I forgot my violin, so I had my mom drop it off for me," said Sage. "Well, that's your problem, Sage," said Gwen. "What?" replied Sage. "You're not going to get any girls in band," said Gwen. "Wait, I thought chicks dig guys in band," said Sage. Gwen shook her head. "That's lead singers, guitarists, or drummers." Sage. "You forgot violin," said Sage. Gwen and I looked at each other and laughed. Then I suddenly came up with an idea. "Sage, when do you go to band practice? How often?" I asked. Sage replied, "Once we start, it's normally 5 days a week right after school." "5 days a week?" I said excitedly. "Yep," confirmed Sage. "Who can join? Can total beginners be in it?" I asked. "Yeah, they have a beginner level," replied Sage. Oh my god, this is perfect." I was almost salivating at the thought. Sage looked at Gwen and said, "I don't like the look of this. She's got that crazed, I've got an ideal look. I smiled. Think about it. I tell my parents I joined band, and now I have the perfect excuse to go train daily. Depending on my homework schedule, I could technically go 5 days a week. Gwen rolled her eyes and said, "Wait for it, wait for it." I smiled back at Gwen. Now, I can't pull this off unless my incredible, beautiful, and smart hacker BFF helps me. I gave a sad puppy dog look to Gwen and waited. Gwen replied, "Alright, I'll help you out, but you owe me for this." I ran around the table and hugged Gwen. "Thank you, thank you, thank you!" Sage frowned at me. "Hey, I'm the one who helped you come up with the idea." I walked over to Sage and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Sage." Sage blushed. That's probably the first kiss he's ever gotten from a girl, I thought. Gwen said, "You know, sooner or later you're gonna get caught." "Aren't you the greatest hacker ever?" Gwen said, "Yes." I replied, "Well, then there's nothing to worry about, is there?" Sage interrupted. "Enough about this. Time for lunch. Hello, hot dog." I looked at both of them and rolled my eyes. When the desire, passion, and will combine, it makes for an unstoppable force that will find a way. Sifu. Section 2. Sifu's Journey number 11. Favor Returned. Early winter, 2030. For the last several months, the line between student and teacher had been blurred. Sifu and Lance had been trading knowledge. Once mere acquaintances, their friendship had grown and blossomed into mutual respect for each other's craft. Both men were in the basement, which had been fully transformed to the original vision, or so it would seem, for at the very least it wasn't the junk pile which had closely resembled just a few months earlier. It was Lance's turn to play the role of the teacher, and Sifu was the student absorbing what he could from Lance's military background. "You know, I'm the one who's supposed to be teaching you," Lance said in jest. Sifu was coy and answered, "I'm listening." He was a good listener, as his attention to detail tested whether the instructor really knew what he was doing. Lance, on the other hand, continued to be amazed as he shook his head at Sifu. "I know you are. I'm just taken aback at how much of the Wing Chun you taught me is tied into my own Special Forces training. No wonder you're picking up the stuff I'm teaching you like it's second nature." Sifu made everything look so easy, even things he had never dealt with before. He said, "Wing Chun is life itself. It's universal. Anything and everything you do involves Wing Chun. Besides, training is training. Understand the foundation, and everything falls into place." He caught himself and smiled ruefully as he realized he was supposed to be the student. "Excuse me, I got carried away. Now, what were you saying about stealth?" asked Sifu. "You said you wanted to know what I knew, so the topic for today is all about the stock," said Lance. "If I fail to do that, do I get a restraining order?" Sifu joked. Lance looked at him strangely and said seriously, "No, in real combat, if you get seen, you get shot and killed." "Oh," said Sifu. His joking manner finally turned serious. Lance cleared his throat and began going into detail. "Anyway, the stock is a training game that I had to go through. As a student, I had to be in 1,000 meters out to within 150 meters of the instructor, avoiding detection by the instructors as well as the walkers." "That sounds pretty cool. What are walkers?" said Sifu. "To make it more challenging, they would have 2 soldiers combing the area. If the instructor spotted you or the walkers after firing a shot, you were done, said Lance. He added, Now, what do you remember about the stuff I've taught regarding stealth? Sifu thought for a second. Be aware of what's around you, especially on the ground. You said when you sneak up on somebody, a mere anthill looks like a mountain to you. Thus, you have to think several steps ahead because once you select a position, you have to ask yourself, will this cover me? If I'm spotted, what are my options to escape? Lance patted Sifu on the shoulder. That's good, really good. Come to think of it, that's not different from the lines of attack and blocking that you've taught me in Wing Chun. Lance paused for a second and contemplated. He asked, You sure I'm teaching you anything? Sifu smiled and patted Lance on the shoulder. Of course, in the last few months I've learned a lot from you. Lance appreciated the compliment and said, Okay then, if that's the case, let's continue. I thought today we'd take a break from some of the physical activity and work on something fun. Fun? Asked Sifu, intrigued. He wondered what could possibly be more fun than learning stealth. Keeping Sifu at bay, filled with anticipation, Lance slowly revealed his plans for the day. Dragging his speech to make the words grander, he said, Today, I'm gonna teach you how to paint your face. Sifu wasn't expecting that as an answer and said, Is my mascara running again? He smiled at his own joke, which was a good thing, since finding reasons to laugh had been difficult the last several years. Funny, laughed Lance, but no, I'm 100% serious that this is something you definitely need to learn if you want to know how to be fully invisible. Sifu asked, Can't I just put on a hood like the ninjas did? Lance replied, Try wearing a hood in 100-degree temperatures all day, and tell me how long you think you'd last before you ripped it off your head. You have a point, said Sifu, and he had a look of disappointment. Sifu had grown up in the 80s when ninjas were the craze. Oh well, he muttered. Lance stared at Sifu and said, Besides, you asked me to teach you everything, so yes, this is something you need to know. Let's get started, said Lance. In the movies, you see the army guys paint their faces. They make it fancy. The key is to knock down the shine. You want to hit the high points with the darker colors and the low points with your lighter colors. The key is to trick the eye, and not to draw attention to yourself. For the next 15 minutes, Lance continued to give hands-on instruction on how to properly apply camouflage. Every little detail, from pattern to color, was explained. Sifu said, I never thought putting on makeup would be this much fun. Why fear the unknown? Embrace it. It's life pinching you to make sure you're living. Sifu. So, that was the end of chapter 11. How are you guys doing? And also, Ohio Lemon, nice to see you awake again. Of course, also glad you dozed off too. Oh, glad you're enjoying it. And Lumi, good to see you too. 180, Bez. Glad you guys are all hanging out. And everybody else, like, off in the background, lurking or otherwise, just hanging out. I'm glad you guys could make it. I am going to take a quick break for a moment. I'm going to refresh my tea and refill the water, and I will be right back, and we will get into chapter 12. Yep, we hang, it's all good. Alright, I'll be back in a few. you guys had a chance to get up and stretch and everything else, and thank you for the hydrate, Lemon. I appreciate that. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do that again here real quick. You've done nothing. You're just hanging out then. That's cool. Whatever works for what you need in the moment, that's all good. Alright. So let's go ahead and get started, and we are in the final chapter. Oh, Lumi redeeming third place. Alright. Cool deal, cool deal. Congratulations to everybody. So, reminder again, it's Lemon taking first, Full 180 with second, and Lumi taking third. But you know what? That's okay. The important thing is that you're here now. So, that's what matters. I'm glad you guys could make it. So, alrighty. Let me do that quick hydrate real quick, and then we'll start in with the final chapter. Chapter 12. The Final Fight. That evening, Kirin was in the living room of the hotel performing the first form, Simlam Tao. All fighters were required to stay at the accommodations that the UFMF provided, a trademark of their control, though they marketed under the For Your Protection policy. It was roughly 8:30 p.m. after a long first day of battling in the dome. Crowds were still gathered outside, enjoying this weekend's festivities, while the remaining fighters were preparing for the next day's battle. Sifu was in the room with Kirin, but his attention was elsewhere. Strangely enough, it was aimed at the television. Kirin glanced over at Sifu and asked, "Sifu, how long have I been doing the form?" He glanced at the time and barked, "Kirin, it's only been 30 minutes. I said at least 1 hour. He turned his attention to the TV as Kirin, frustrated by the answer, mustered up some air and blew 3 strands of hair away from her face. Several seconds later, like a kid bored doing her homework, she asked, "Sifu, I've been fighting all day. Isn't it a better strategy if I just got some rest for tomorrow?" Proud of her inventive response, she waited to see how Sifu would counter. His attention never wavering from the TV, Sifu grabbed some chips from the side table and said, "Oh, stop your whining. You had 2 fights that took you less than 1 minute each. How tired could you possibly be?" Unable to refute Sifu's argument, Kirin vented with a Several minutes passed, and she finally got to the right side of the first section. Kirin was concentrating on making sure her tansao was directly in her center, and that the elbow was leading the motion. She went slowly to feel for any muscle tension and finally managed to focus on a single thought. Her focus was easily distracted by the sounds of crunching from a distance. Kirin could hear Sifu eating as she turned in his direction. Kirin said, "You know, it doesn't help that you're watching TV and eating while I'm working on first form." Sifu looked up at Kirin and said, "You're doing first form, not 100 push-ups," and he left it at that. Kirin thought for a second and again had no answer. A minute passed, and then a devilish look came across Kirin's face. She blurted out, "Well, that's my Sifu. Shouldn't you be watching to see if I'm doing it correctly?" Kirin grinned from ear to ear, sure she'd finally thought of something clever enough that even Sifu couldn't object to. Sifu responded, "The point of you doing Sulim Tao right now is to work on your concentration on a single thought. Which, by the way, with all your talking, you're not doing too good of a job of it." He went back to watching more TV and took a large bite out of a chip. The sound echoed back to Kirin and made her cringe. "I hate that he has an answer for everything," thought Kirin as she continued with her form. 30 minutes passed without her speaking another word. Instead, she did as Sifu had instructed and concentrated on the task at hand. Finally, at the end of the form, she punched with her left hand, circled her fist, and stepped foot to foot from left to right. Then she closed out the last motion of the form and took one last deep breath before letting it all out. Kirin grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat from her hand. Her body felt warm as she strolled towards Sifu to see what he was doing. "Okay, Sifu, I'm done," said Kirin. Sifu did not respond. Instead, he continued to watch TV and ignored Kirin. Kirin wondered what was so important on TV that Sifu would ignore her. She asked, "Sifu, why are you watching TV? You never watch TV." "I'm not watching TV. I'm studying the film on your opponent, Diesel Williams," replied Sifu. At first Kirin nodded, but upon further examination, she frowned in confusion. "Sifu, why? All year you told me to concentrate on only myself, and now you're studying film on my opponent?" Sifu said, "TV pause," and turned around to face Kirin. He had a look of concern when he uttered, "It's true, you should concentrate on yourself. But I've watched his last 2 matches that he had today. Then I checked out his previous matches from the entire season." Kirin asked, "What is it, Sifu?" Sifu shook his head. "There's something wrong with how he's fighting. Something's off." Kirin looked at Sifu, hoping he could explain further. Sifu gestured toward TV and said, "TV. Playback part 1 minute 15 in slow motion. Now, pay close attention to this, Kirin." The TV rewound to the exact spot and played. There on the screen, Diesel took a punch to the face as both Sifu and Kirin watched. Kirin asked, "He got tagged." "Sifu, what's the big deal?" Sifu pointed to the screen. "That was a solid hit, and he barely flinched from it. Not even a slight reaction." Sifu stared at the screen where Diesel took the hit, and then heard Kirin's stomach rumble. We should do something about that," said Sifu. Kirin grabbed her stomach and looked at him. Kirin looked at the door, curious about the timing. "Did you order room service?" asked Kirin. "Did you want a burger?" replied Sifu. Kirin responded, "No." Sifu smiled. "Good thing I ordered you something better." Sifu got up and headed toward the door. He opened it up to reveal a teenage boy holding a plastic bag. "Ah, Sifu, I got your order," said the delivery boy. "Right on time. Is everything there?" asked Sifu. "Yeah, I double-checked. It's all there. Even the damn security to the hotel checked it," said the delivery boy, laughing. Sifu grabbed the bag and gave him several credits for tip. The delivery boy's face cheered up as he looked at the credits. Wow, thanks Sifu, much appreciated, he said as he began tallying up the amount. Sifu patted him on the back and said, Jal Mugasum Nida. Kirin looked at Sifu funny. When did you learn to speak Korean? Sifu laughed. I only speak Korean food. Here, see what's for dinner. He handed the bag over to Kirin. She started unpacking the bag, and her face brightened up like the delivery boy's. All my favorites. Sifu, you shouldn't have, said Kirin. Come on, let's eat. Then, afterwards, you do need to get some rest, said Sifu. Is your name supposed to be in Japanese order? Is your first name Eru? No. Actually, it's not. It would actually make better sense if it were spelled in katakana. Eru! Yeah. So. "30 minutes later. Outside Kirin's hotel door, two individuals accidentally ran into each other. Each had a surprised look and an annoyed reaction when upon discovering who his counterpart was. Hunter looked at Tobias and said, "The heck are you doing here? Late night training?" Caught off guard, Tobias said, "Yeah, I wanted to go over some stuff with Kirin." Hunter looked at his clock. At 10:15 p.m.? Some last-minute tips? Admit it. You're here to talk to Kirin. Well, what are you doing here? Looking to reminisce about your high school days? Said Tobias. Hunter looked away and said, I just had something I wanted to talk to Kirin about. Anger and jealousy began to grow between them, each suspicious of the other's reasons for being there. The two began arguing outside of Kirin's door, both finally venting what had been held back for so long. Hunter said, "If she didn't care about me, then why would she kiss me?" Upset, Tobias blurted, "You mean that friend kiss by the planetarium? Please, that's the same kiss she gives to Bacon." Hunter's eyes narrowed as he hissed, "That's a lot closer to you than you've ever come, other than your Chisao drills." Tobias replied, "Really? Raise your hand if Kirin ever asked you to spend the night." Tobias raised his hand and tilted his head. Hunter was surprised and saddened by that fact. He was curious as to when this had happened and asked, "Did she really ask you to spend the night?" Tobias's triumphant look faded as he said, I spent the night at her place, but I slept on the couch." Hunter was briefly relieved to find out the truth from Tobias, but seconds later, the arguing between the two continued. The door opened as both Tobias and Hunter stopped mid-sentence during their spirited discussion. As they both turned to look, Sifu came through the door. "Good night, Kirin," said Sifu as he shut the door behind him. Sifu looked at both of them and shook his head. Hunter and Tobias exchanged a glance, but neither one said a word. Sifu let out a huge sigh and watched them both. It was an awkward several seconds, as only Sifu had a clue what was going on. He said, "Young men have such terrible timing. If you don't mind, let me look at both of your hands." Tobias and Hunter found the request odd, but did as Sifu had asked. Sifu spent several seconds examining both of their hands as he nodded and grunted. Interesting. Very, very interesting," said Sifu. "It's funny how somehow you both had justified in your minds that this would be the best time to confess your love." Sifu chuckled and shook his head. Both Tobias and Hunter were embarrassed and looked downward, knowing that Sifu had pegged their reason for being there. Sifu placed a hand on each of their shoulders and said, "If you both really care for her, then I suggest you set aside your feelings for one more night, and let her focus on tomorrow's fight. The last thing Kirin needs is emotional distraction, don't you think?" Sifu did not say another word. He walked away from the two standing by Kirin's door, letting his last comment hit hard. Tobias looked at Hunter and saw they both agreed this was not the best time. Hunter said, "Did we just get mind-fucked?" Tobias replied, "Sifu refers to it as indisputable common sense." Hunter said, "My God, that sucks." "So that's what Kirin's been talking about all this time?" "Tell me about it. He does that to me all the time." Hunter asked, "He also reads palms?" Yeah, he does." Tobias' face looked stressed as he said, "I've always been hesitant to let him read mine." "Why's that?" replied Hunter. "Because he's always right." Within hearing distance, Sifu stood unnoticed by the two gentlemen talking together. He said, "I'm headed down to the bar. I could use some company." He coughed several times like a B-level actor, signaling he wanted some response from both of them. Tobias looked at Hunter and said, "You want to get a drink?" Hunter said, "Sure, first one's on me. What about Sifu?" "He doesn't drink," replied Tobias. "So I guess this is what it means to go with the Force?" asked Hunter. Tobias shook his head. "Nah, this is what it's like to have a Sifu who knows way too much." Tobias extended his hand and said, "For Kirin, truce for now?" Hunter hesitated for a second, and then thought about Kirin. He extended his hand to Tobias. "Truce. For now." They shook hands and began walking towards Sifu. Meanwhile, in another section of the hotel, in the penthouse suite of the hotel, loud music was blaring from wall to wall, causing it to shake. Alcohol was overflowing and illegal substances were being used casually. The suite was packed with several scantily clad women running throughout the rooms, giggling for no reason at all. In the midst of all this, sitting in the bubbling hot tub, Diesel was enjoying himself in excess the night before his biggest match. There were at least 3 women with him in the tub who were taking care of his needs as he savored the taste of his cigar and let out several puffs into the air. The doorbell rang, and one of Diesel's yes men ran to Diesel and said, "Hey Diesel, someone's at the door." Diesel shouted, "Then go get it, fool. Do I look like I'm the butler?" He scurried along, following Diesel's order. A minute passed before Fawn entered into Diesel's domain with a gentleman standing behind him. As always, Fawn was dressed in style, matching the wealth of his surroundings. Fawn said, "My, this is quite, entertaining," as he looked around, somewhat repulsed by the sight. He waved his hand in the air, clearing out the smoke. Having a hard time hearing Fawn, Diesel shouted, "Someone, turn off the goddamn music." Moments later, the room became quiet, other than the sounds of bubbles and women giggling. Diesel took another puff from his cigar, savoring the moment, and said, "I'm glad you could stop by for the fun, Fawn." He gestured for Fawn to speak. Fawn smiled. "Oh no, it's also so tempting. I thought we could go over a bit of business for tomorrow." He placed his hand over his chest and with an embarrassed look on his face said, "Where are my manners? By the way, this kind gentleman behind me is Dr. Smith." "What's up, Doc?" Diesel took one final puff. He put his cigar down by the edge of the tub and lowered his sunglasses to get a better look at his guest. He nodded at Fawn, agreeing that it was time to work. Diesel didn't want the good times to end, but realized that this was his guarantee for making sure moments like this would continue in the future. He looked at the women who were admiring him and said, "Bitches, leave." His comments saddened them, and one by one they got out of the tub. The last one gave him a special kiss to remember her by, as their tongues locked for several seconds. She slowly got out of the tub, and he glanced at her behind, appreciating her many talents. Fawn coughed from all the smoke, and waved his hands feverishly, trying to rid the area of it. Fawn said sarcastically, "I won't take too long. You must be tired. Only 3?" Diesel shook his head, looking for empathy. "Please understand, it's been a long day. I need to conserve my strength for tomorrow." Fawn replied, Right. Of course, Mr. Williams." Diesel got out of the tub and stood in full glory in front of Fawn, leaving nothing to the imagination. Fawn looked down and his eyes widened as he stuttered. No wonder they say once you go black, it leaves an echo." Diesel snickered at his comment and then said, "I like you, Fawn. You always crack me up." He turned away for a moment and shouted, "Jerome, go give me a damn robe, will ya?" Fawn asked, "Where would you like to do this?" Diesel pointed in another direction. "Let's head over to the living room." Diesel stood like a king while his subject helped him dry off and placed a robe on him. There, they began their long walk down a hallway that seemed to stretch for a mile. Money was laid out for this penthouse inch by inch, yet those who dwelled on it were somewhat questionable in their entitlement. Jerome led them all to the living room, where he opened the double doors onto a huge, luxurious space. In the center was a table and sofas for them to do their business, and the windows glowed with the light from the surrounding buildings. Diesel turned toward Jerome and said, "Make sure nobody disturbs us." Jerome acknowledged the order and closed the door behind him to give the three their privacy. Diesel and Fawn sat down. "Let's get to business." Fawn snapped his fingers. "Dr. Smith here is going to take a blood sample and ask you some questions." Dr. Smith asked Diesel to extend his arm as he began to draw blood. Diesel's arm was finely sculpted out of pure muscle, so it was not difficult to find a vein from which to draw blood. He began to ask several questions of Diesel. 10 minutes passed as the examination went smoothly. Dr. Smith turned to Fawn and said, "He looks 100%. No side effects at all." Fawn clapped in excitement. Good. Is the tox screen negative?" Looking confident, Dr. Smith nodded. Not even the smallest trace could be found on Mr. Williams. Diesel gloated. "See, I told you, Fawn. There was nothing to be worried about." Fawn sarcastically replied, "Must be God's doing." Diesel looked above and made a cross symbol. "Damn straight." Jerome entered the room and said, "Hey Diesel, your wife is on the line." Diesel waved him in and said, "Give me a second, will you fellas?" Taking the phone, Diesel said, "Hey baby, yeah, I miss you too." "Nah, can't talk right now. Busy with business and training." "Yeah, I love you too. Bye." Hanging up the phone, Diesel said, "Sorry about that, gentlemen." Fawn said, "Well, Mr. Williams, it seems you're clear." Diesel smiled. "So, do you have my insurance policy for tomorrow?" Fawn pulled out a tiny red pill and said, "Take this first thing in the morning." Diesel held the pill, admiring it. "I asked God for help this morning, and lo and behold, he sends me his message in a little red pill." Diesel pocketed the pill and asked, "Are we done here, Fawn?" He snapped his fingers, and a beautiful woman came running from the other room to sit on his lap. Fawn joked, "Is God okay with this?" Diesel replied, "If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness." John 1, verse 9. Fawn smiled and said, Right, nice backup plan. We should be going now." Fawn and Dr. Smith were escorted out of Diesel's room. Diesel took one more puff of his cigar and said, Pleasure doing business with you, gentlemen." The next afternoon, following the third round of fights, the semifinals continued to build up the anticipation. Kirin and Diesel were not set to meet one another were set to meet each other in the final showdown. Kirin left her locker room and headed up to her hotel room. She had several hours to prepare for the main event, and she wanted to get away from all the commotion and ruckus. Peace and quiet were valuable commodities to her. Kirin said, "Sifu, I'm going to grab a bite to eat in my room. You want to join me?" Sifu replied, "No, I'm okay," as he grabbed his belly and added, "Gotta watch my figure." Kirin asked, "What are you going to do?" Sifu said, "I'll be downstairs by the lobby, just relaxing." Kirin looked at Sifu, knowing all too well what his favorite hobby was. People watching? Sifu pointed at his nose and nodded. People watching, much more entertaining than reality TV, and it's free. Kirin laughed and said, "I'll see you in a few," as she gave a quick wave goodbye. From a distance, she could see the elevator with no crowds or reporters, which motivated her to sprint toward it. Being a bit superstitious, she deemed this to be luck and hoped it would continue. The bellman kindly opened the elevator for her as she walked in and waited. The bellman looked back and whispered, "By the way, Miss Rise, nice fight," as he nervously got back to his position. A couple seconds passed before he turned again toward her and asked, "I hate to bother you, Miss Rise, but can I make a request of you?" The last several months had had many strange requests, but he appeared to be a nice guy, so Kirin replied, Sure, what is it?" At first, she was thinking the usual photo or autograph, but he surprised Kirin with his answer. "I was wondering if I could just, shake your hand." He looked down immediately, embarrassed by the request. "Sure, why not?" said Kirin. There seemed to be no harm in that. The bellman grasped her hand firmly, shaking it several times as a smile grew from ear to ear. Thank you so much, Miss Rise." He began to stutter in excitement. I've never touched the hand of greatness before." He said it with such sincerity and honesty that it made Kirin blush. She was unsure how to respond to such a huge compliment. Afterwards, he got back into position, but was staring at the hand that shook hers. She saw this and thought, a wee bit creepy. She hoped the doors would close quicker. Just then, a voice shouted, "Hold the elevator!" Kirin frowned, as luck was not on her side. She'd have to share it. The bellman did as he was instructed, and said, "Here you go, Mr. Thorne." Immediately, Kirin's stomach turned, and she bit her lip and looked downward. Thorne entered the elevator, but Kirin refused to make any eye contact with him. He looked at her, as he punched the number for his designated floor. The doors closed as the elevator slowly started changing numbers. A few seconds passed, and the elevator music did not help speed up the process. Kirin could feel the awkwardness of the moment and hoped it would all end soon. Ironically, she was now hoping someone else would get on the elevator as well. Thorne broke the silence by clearing his throat and said, "Congratulations, Kirin. I have to admit, I didn't think you'd survive all the way to the finale." Kirin winced as her body tightened all over. She realized now she had to say something. After waiting a bit, she glanced over to Thorne and replied, "I have to be honest. I didn't think I'd get so much pleasure in making you eat your own words." Thorne felt the dig, but did not give Kirin any satisfaction by reacting to it. Tension filled the elevator, and the numbers flashing by seemed to gauge the level of discomfort that Kirin was feeling. It's taking forever, she thought, feeling her heart racing. Thorn quoted to Kirin, "No one ever remembers the battles, only who wins the war." Kirin let those words pass, but just as his presence was beginning to make her blood boil. The elevator finally stopped, and Kirin began to walk out. Kirin got in one last dig. "Running away so soon, Kirin?" She stopped in her tracks and turned around, looking at Thorn directly. She said confidently, "After tonight's match, I'll give the world something they will never forget." Thorn smiled at her response, liking the challenge, almost as if she were playing right into his hands. Kirin looked him in the eye and firmly stated, "With all that money you spent on education and your fancy degrees, you never learned an ounce of humility. Tonight, I'm going to do you a favor and give that lesson to you for free." Thorn stood there staring at Kirin, and neither one of them blinked. The elevator doors began to close, and Thorn said, "Oh, by the way, Kirin, say hi to your Sifu for me." His final words were timed perfectly with the elevator doors closing. Taken aback, Kirin felt her adrenaline pumping. One hour before the main event. The Dome was known for its brutality, and the day before had reminded everyone why this was not for the faint of heart. 2 fighters did not recover from their injuries. One passed away during the night in the hospital, while another was killed during the match. This was the price to pay for fame and fortune. This was what society had grown accustomed to and had accepted as the norm. Oppression breeds hate and destroys the structure of humanity. The final match consisted of 5 rounds lasting 3 minutes each. The rules were simple. Go in and survive. The fighter could win by decision, forfeit, submission, knockout, or worse. There was no outer cage, but rather a circular ring that was 24 feet in diameter. The edge of the ring had a drop-off that was padded. Hits or throws that led to ring-outs were given massive bonus points in style. However, the fighter who was knocked out of the ring received massive point deductions. A panel of experts was gathered to go over the main fight. Krenzel and Stabler, the main announcers for the event, were seated, getting ready. Assistants were helping with the makeup and making sure their equipment was working. Linkwater and Connor were asked to join since they had been announcers for the majority of Kirin's fights. The remaining panel was made up of Grandmaster Cheng, along with Dryden Rodriguez. Stabler started the conversation as the cameras began to roll. He said enthusiastically, "We are a mere hour away from the main event, and we have assembled an incredibly talented crew to give you the most in-depth analysis of this fight." He looked toward his crew and began introducing them. "Before we begin, we are fortunate enough to have 3-time defending champion Dryden Rodriguez join us." Dryden responded, "Thanks for having me here." Krenzel asked, "Champ, before we get into your analysis about this fight, we'd like to know what your status is for next year. How's the rehab going?" Dryden responded, "Thanks for asking, Krenzel. I've been working extremely hard to get back into fighting shape. The rehab is ahead of schedule, and yes, there is no doubt I'll be ready for the 2033 calendar season." Stabler said, "As you've seen firsthand, this season has been unbelievable. It's a story that could have only been written in Hollywood, yet here we are partaking in history. Your thoughts, champ?" Dryden replied, "It's been difficult staying by the sidelines watching everything unfold. I wanted to be a part of all this excitement, To tell you the truth, watching this season has inspired me to train harder than ever. I never wanted to take an opportunity like this for granted. Stabler added, I'm sure that millions of fans are looking forward to your return. Thanks for being here, champ. After a word from our sponsors, let's dive into the analysis of the fight and each fighter. Several commercials played, each one costing a ridiculous amount for every second aired. Finally, an assistant waved to Stabler that they were back on air. Stabler ranted, Gentlemen, let's get started. 6'1", 220 pounds of pure muscle, the first UFMF fighter to go 12-0, ever. Diesel the Wall Williams. Your thoughts, Krenzel? What else can I say that you can't see with the naked eye? He is a beast, he's intimidating. He's highly skilled as both a striker and a grappler. When you look at him, you ask yourself, what's his weakness? Personally, I can't come up with one. You don't go 12-0 by luck. Rodriguez added, When I fought him last year and beat him, he was about to hit his stride. Watching him fight this year, I can tell he's peaked at the exact right time. The match last year was honestly the toughest match I'd ever gone through in my career in the UFMF. Linkwater jumped in the conversation. For me, the one thing that sticks out is that he can take a hit. There's a reason he's called the Wall, because that's what it feels like if you happen to connect. Most fighters today can deliver a good punch, but you gotta be able to receive as good as you get. He trains properly, and he knows that he can take a hit, something his challenger has yet to prove. Grandmaster Chang jumped in, saying, What can I say that hasn't already been said? He possesses all the key qualities you need in fighting. Speed, power, muscle. He's the epitome of the perfect weapon. Connor said, The intimidation factor has to be it. I believe the majority of his opponents believe they can't beat him once they walk into the ring. Physically, he's got you beat, like Grandmaster Chang said, but mentally, he's attacking you even before you step into the ring. For the next 10 minutes, the panel covered every statistic on the wall. On paper, he looked unbeatable, and nothing but praise was thrown his way. One would have to be a fool to bet against him. Stabler said, Alright, gentlemen, we are here to analyze both fighters. Without a doubt, the dark horse from the very start is Kirin Rise. Your thoughts, please, in any order. Linkwater was the first to give his 2 cents. I've watched her for the entire year and seen every one of her fights. The truth is, I'm still not sure what I'm looking at. I keep wondering, how is she winning? I personally don't get it. At the same time, to be fair, one could make the argument that she couldn't have easily been 12-0, just like the Wall. Stabler pointed to Rodriguez and asked, As a fighter, I'm really curious what you've seen from her. Rodriguez answered, I'll be honest. I don't quite understand everything she's doing, especially how she's trained for this tournament. Let's face it, she's relentless. Once she closes the gap, she overwhelms you with attacks that are extremely difficult to block. My initial impression, just like the majority out there, was that her hits didn't pack a punch. But every fight she's been in, including what we've seen at the Dome, end in devastating hits. This is truly going to be a test for her, but at the same time, she's proven everyone, especially the doubters, haters, and myself, wrong. Krenzel said, I'd like to touch on the unknowns. There's still so many questions remaining regarding Kirin Rise, but here are things I'm sure of. She's 5'3", 105 pounds. If the Wall sneezes on her, it'll break her. Not rocket science, just pure logic. Her style of fighting may have caught everyone off guard, but I believe if anyone is capable of figuring her out, it would be the Wall. Finally, what I don't get is, if she hits people down a straight line, why not cut her from an angle and flank her? Grandmaster Chang wanted to get out of the action. I can sum up Kirin Rise with one single word. Pure luck. Stabler said, Grandmaster Chang, that's 2 words. Yeah, I meant just luck. Grandmaster Chang tried to cover up his mistake. Anyway, I know what everyone is thinking. She's like a cat with 9 lives. But this match between her and Diesel is where it runs out. Stabler said, Thanks, Grandmaster Chang, for your incredible, insight. He coughed. Everything on paper says there's no way she can win. Her size, her sex, her skill. Logic dictates that she would have to do the impossible. Even if she were to fight the perfect fight, I can't see her winning. Even if they were to fight 100 times, each time, without hesitation, I would pick the wall. I have to agree that with Grandmaster Chang that this fairy tale won't have a happy ending. The panel continued to pick Kirin apart, ending with a vote. Stabler said, 10 minutes away from the start of the introduction. Your pick? Krenzel adamantly said, Diesel, with no hint of hesitation. Linkwater nodded. Bet the farm, Diesel, he said as he and the camera turned to the next panel member. Rodriguez thought a moment. I have to be honest. I'm torn, but I'll go with what my gut says, and that's Diesel. Connor went for the dramatics, as he took his time to look at each of the panel members. He paused to garnish more attention, and said, Hands down, Diesel. Grandmaster Chang said, Diesel, one hit. This will be over quick. Stabler looked at everyone, and then turned to the camera. It would be tempting to pick the underdog and prove everyone wrong, but there's no way I can go against the panel of experts, the masses around us, and the universe. Diesel will take this fight. The sound indicating that they were moments away from the start of the match caught Stabler's attention. He added, There you have it, folks. Our expert panel has picked Diesel, the Wall Williams, as the favorite. We'll be back for the introduction and the start of the match after these messages. 10 minutes before the match in Kirin's dressing room. Kirin found herself alone, staring at the mirror in her dressing room. She was fully dressed in her new wardrobe that Gwen had designed. It felt surreal, almost like that chum night when everything first started. A knock on the door caught her attention as a voice spoke. Can I come in? Asked Sifu. Sure, Sifu, she said softly, just loud enough for Sifu to hear. Sifu poked his head in and said, The guy just told me 10 minutes before they announce you. Kirin asked, Are the guys all lined up? Sifu nodded. Yep, they're just waiting for you to get ready. Sifu could tell something was troubling Kirin as he entered the room. He approached her as she continued to stare into the mirror. Kirin said, Okay. He walked toward Kirin and put his hand on her shoulder. You okay? He said as only Sifu could, his voice full of comfort. Kirin did not look at Sifu and spoke. I think every emotion one can go through I'm experiencing at this very moment. Sifu smiled and said, It is only natural. Kirin chuckled and said, Natural. Well, that's a good thing, I guess. Her eyes never strayed from the mirror, almost as if she were looking for something. Sifu called her name, but Kirin interrupted him and said, I look outside, and for every one person that believes in me, there's another 1,000, give or take, who doubt. No matter how many fights I win, no matter how decisive the victory, it's like I'm speaking a foreign language to the masses. Patience, Kirin. Patience. You're asking people to see at your level when they just can't. Belief starts with doubt. You've already got them questioning the system. That's how change begins, said Sifu. As Kirin remained silent, Sifu added, You've done more than any one person can expect or imagine. Remember, that single drop of water that lands in a still lake will spread farther than one can dream of. But, like the drop, it is difficult to see how far it stretches. Kirin jerked toward Sifu and said, Your teaching could do so much more than all my fighting. Sifu said, No, you're wrong, Kirin. My job was to teach you. Your job is to inspire the world. Kirin laughed. It's funny. Most people would be concerned about winning or losing. Here I am, questioning whether my actions really make any difference, wondering, is this all worth it? What if, in the end, no one believes? Sifu looked at Kirin and said, all that matters is that you believe. Kirin looked intently at Sifu. Sifu said, win the fight, and you'll have a voice that the masses cannot deny in the undivided attention of the world. Kirin stood silent, absorbing what Sifu had said as she took a deep breath. Sifu added, there is one final lesson I wanted to go over before the match. Kirin looked puzzled as she said, 10 minutes before the match, and you're going to give me a tip now? She turned and faced Sifu squarely as he put both hands on her shoulders. Sifu laughed at her comment, but quickly switched to a serious voice. All the training I've given you, the skill to kill, it means absolutely nothing without the will. Your desire to go further, dig deeper, push beyond what you think you're capable of doing, will be called upon for this fight. Don't forget that. Kirin looked at Sifu and swore, I won't forget. Sifu leaned over and whispered into Kirin's ears, by the end of this fight, you will be in a position of power. You must decide for yourself which path to take. Kirin looked at Sifu and smiled. Let's show the world. The introduction. Diesel was waiting in the middle of the ring with his entourage. He was decorated like a king, and getting paid like one, judging from the advertising that was on his wardrobe. He danced around and joked with his manager as he waited for his opponent to be introduced. Everyone was at the edge of their seats as the entire stadium went dark. The spotlight focused on the southern entrance, where the audience could see a glimpse of Gwen. A flag was attached to her wheelchair, but it flopped down, unable to be made out. Gwen covered her eyes with her hand, shading them from the blinding light. The music started blaring, the signal everyone had been waiting for to begin the long march toward the ring. Gwen led the processions, with Sage and Hunter following immediately behind her. Kirin's Wing Chun brothers formed a 2x3 line. Ken and Robert, Ryan and Doc, Danny and Big T. All of them were wearing a uniform similar to the one Kirin was wearing. Just before Kirin, Sifu and Tobias stood side by side. Kirin waited for everyone to move, holding her place as the last one in line. As they made their way to the ring, the flag began to fly with a little help from Big T, who stretched it out fully for everyone to read. It read, "The Illusion of Choice." The crowd stared, the short phrase capturing the attention and imagination of all. What did that mean? Kirin entered the stadium. This was her fourth and final time going into the dome, but she was left speechless, in awe of the fandom. Her robe shifted with each step, and she felt every eye on her. Her robe still had the single sponsorship etched in the back, showing the symbol and name of the Salvation Army. Flashes from cameras were exploding from every direction. She could see thousands of fans dressed up exactly like her, cosplaying. Signs were everywhere, both positive and negative, proposing marriage, telling her she'd lose, cheering her on to kick ass. The hundreds of news reporters from around the world were covering every step she took. As she neared the ring, she could see countless celebrities in the front row, clapping for her entrance. She shook her head and thought, all this for a fight. The fight. Minutes passed as formalities were completed quickly. Anticipation filled the air. Everyone was eager to see how the entire season would play out. The referee looked at both fighters to see if they were ready. Then he made a hand gesture and shouted, "Begin!" A bell rang. The moment everyone had waited for was at hand. As in all her matches, Kirin stood in the middle of the ring with no guard. The switch had been turned on in an instant. This was no fight for Kirin. This was a duel to the death. She stared directly into the eyes of Diesel. No fear, no hesitation, no doubt. Neither made an initial motion, as a crowd's cheers shook the entire arena. They worked themselves into a frenzy of anticipation that threatened the very structure of the stadium. Diesel flashed a smile and then brought his hands up, forming a guard. With a cockiness about him, he waved her in with his hand, inviting her, taunting her. He dared her to close the gap like she had done with every other fighter she'd faced. Kirin accepted the invitation and muttered the words she always said before the fight. Target, center, own it. With that, she charged in, completely focused with one goal in mind. With no guard hands up, she dashed across the gap. As she sprinted in, Diesel began shifting his center to throw a kick. In an instant, Kirin got what she was waiting for, a counter to his movement, and she moved in, ready to deliver an attack. She was there in an instant. Even before Diesel could fully unload his kick, her punch shot forward, forming a triangle guard as she connected to his center. He sailed back, the impact propelling him away from Kirin, but she snagged his arm and jerked him back in to deliver another solid blow to the face. The impact was devastating, as Diesel's head snapped back in an unnatural manner, but Kirin was far from done. The flow always came in 3. She placed the final pack punch hit to his face. It happened so quickly that the crowd struggled to process what they saw. Kirin unleashed a flurry of attacks that landed squarely upon Diesel, and he collapsed backwards and fell to the ground like a rag doll. The crowd roared. Regardless of who they were supporting, they had witnessed greatness. The underdog appeared to have done the impossible. The referees ran in to see how Diesel was doing. Kirin smiled as she turned toward the crowd with both her hands in the air. She had done what no one else could have conceived. Even she was in shock over what had just happened. Silence reigned in the announcer. Silence reigned in the announcer booth until Stabler recovered. His voice was breathless, revealing he felt the crowd's disbelief. When the impossible happens, what do you say? Krenzel tapped Stabler on the shoulder and said, "It's not over. Not yet." Both Stabler and Krenzel looked toward Diesel as Kirin was still celebrating her victory. With her back turned, Kirin heard a voice shout from behind her. "Those were nice hits, little girl, but I hope those weren't your best shots." Kirin heard the rustle of the mat as Diesel stood up. He rubbed his chin and stretched himself, seeming to return to normal. Tobias turned to Sifu and said, "What the fuck? There's no way humanly possible he could have survived those hits." Sifu did not respond as he watched what would transpire. A chill raced down Kirin's spine as she slowly turned around, recognizing the source of the voice. She was more surprised than anyone else to see Diesel standing there as if nothing had happened. He looked at Kirin with an evil smile and cracked his neck both ways. Diesel stated, "Celebrating we're a wee bit early, aren't we?" Ding ding ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of round 1, which had more twists and turns than a roller coaster. No one had expected what they had just witnessed. Kirin walked to her corner in a daze. Tobias pulled out a seat for her to rest on as he and Sifu both tended to her. Tobias asked Kirin, "Are you okay?" Breathlessly, Kirin said, Yeah, I'm okay, just in a little bit of shock. She was reliving the first round in her head. She turned to Sifu and asked, Sifu, I got solid hits on him, didn't I? Sifu nodded and with a lurk of concern said, Aye, those were definitely solid hits. Tobias looked at both of them and said, What's the plan? Kirin said, Same as always, down the center. Sifu whispered into Kirin's ear, Stay within your game. As Kirin felt the words creep into her ear, she could see Diesel from afar, eyeing her every move. Round 2 began as all were wondering what, if any, more surprises were in store. The referee shouted, Begin! Kirin thought, This time, when I hit, make it count even more. Diesel charged in, and Kirin rushed to meet him. As often as they had seen Kirin charge, people were still in awe that someone of her stature would have the gall to run toward a runaway bus. But the previous round made Kirin even more determined. Diesel unleashed a cross-punch toward Kirin, which she quickly tensowed off the line. Before he could finish his motion, she changed the block to a pock punch to land the initial blow. Again, she landed a 3-hit combo on Diesel. This time, Diesel stumbled back, but did not fall over. Instead, he looked at Kirin and shouted, Bring it! He flexed his muscles, taunting her, and charged in hard. He took several swipes at Kirin, but she was able to dodge and block them. Kirin countered each hit Diesel threw, her mind racing. Why weren't her hits damaging him? Were they not connecting? Kirin stuck to her plan, but her patience was wearing thin. Again, she thought, that hit was solid, he should be going down. For the last minute of the round, they went back and forth, as Diesel was beginning to block more of Kirin's attacks. She was forcing her way in, trying to deliver that killer blow. Suddenly, Sifu shouted, Kirin, no! But his voice was drowned out by the thousands at hand. It was too late. Kirin was frustrated and made a critical error. She invested 100% in her last attack, which missed. Diesel seized the opportunity and delivered a devastating hit. Fortunately, she caught only a portion of the attack, but she had taken her very first hit. Kirin flew backwards and fell to the ground. The crowd was in shock. Stabler shouted, This is the first time we've seen Kirin take a hit. Now it's time to answer everyone's question. Can she get back up? Krenzel added, It was a clean hit by Diesel. I think that's the only reason it wasn't a clean hit by Diesel. I think that's the only reason she survived, Stabler. Size matters, and even a small hit from a man of his size could do considerable damage. Kirin got up and shook it off as Diesel smiled and clapped. Impressive. The bell rang as Kirin headed back to her corner. Tobias was concerned as he looked Kirin over. Shit, her eyes closing up, he muttered as he began to put some Vaseline on her face. Kirin joked, I'm Asian. How much more could possibly close up? Tobias said angrily, Quit joking around, Kirin. This is serious, as he continued to examine her to see if she was okay. Sifu said, Any pain in the eye or blurriness? Kirin shook her head. No, he grazed me at best. I'm okay. I'm more concerned with hitting him. My strikes, they don't seem to be affecting him at all. Tobias grew thoughtful as he finished his examination and then said, Kirin, this reminds me of our gang fight several years ago, the one group we had a hard time against. Kirin thought for a moment and recalled what Tobias was talking about. She said, Yeah, you're right. I remember that now. It does seem just like it, but kind of different, because this guy seems like he's 10 times worse. I'm hitting him with everything I got, and he's still taking it. Sifu gave Kirin some water and said, Watch your defense. Make sure you make him stick. Don't overcommit. Kirin said, Okay. Doubt was beginning to creep into her mind. How was he taking these hits? How was it possible he couldn't feel the pain? As Sifu continued to give her some tips, Kirin was lost in thought. As the bell rang for the beginning of the third round, Diesel charged in again, but this time, Kirin placed her guard hands up. Sifu shouted, "Don't spar!" as he slammed his fist. Tobias watched as Kirin went against Sifu's advice. This time, Diesel was on the offensive as Kirin was blocking relentlessly. If not for her sticky hands ability, she would have eaten those attacks. Any normal fighter would, but she continued to go with the force, which aided her. However, in a fight, you can never think defensively because there's a limit to what you can block, and eventually, the numbers game wasn't in her favor. After stringing in combo after combo, a second punch connected, knocking Kirin to the ground. Stunned from the hit, Kirin clenched her ribs and did her best to recover quickly. Diesel's hit got through, but it was not a clean shot. She was able to deflect the main force from connecting. Stabler looked on and voiced what everyone was wondering. Why isn't Diesel finishing her off? Krenzel replied, "She's down on the ground, but he's not ending it yet." Diesel smiled at Kirin as she lay on the ground. He gritted his teeth and said, "Get up, Kirin Rise. I'm not going to end this. I'm going to make you suffer." She staggered up, grimacing from the pain, and immediately put her guard up. Sifu shouted instructions again. "Stop blocking an attack! Fight, damn it! Fight!" Tobias was shouting the same thing. But it fell upon deaf ears as Diesel charged in again and unleashed hate upon her. Block after block, she continued to stop the attacks. Diesel pressed her hard toward the edge, and finally a big hit ripped through her defenses. Kirin's body spun in the air, sailing outside the ring and onto the ground. The crowd gasped, knowing this was both a huge bonus for Diesel and a massive point deduction for Kirin. Tobias turned toward Sifu and yelled, "Shit, she's gonna get killed, Sifu!" Kirin could hear Tobias' voice in the background as she stared upward toward the ring, sprawled across the floor. She was in a daze, trying to shake off the impact of the last hit. Blood began to dribble down her nose, and her face felt numb. Suddenly everything became silent, and she closed her eyes, trying to muster up some strength. She felt it again, pain wrapped around her heart. It stabbed at her, reminding her of that time. The image became vivid again. She was there in that moment of helplessness, being carried off, screaming to her parents. She began to tear up as emotional pain clenched her chest, dwarfing the hit she'd just taken. That feeling she had promised herself she would never feel again was at hand. She told herself, "Get up, Kirin. Get up. Don't you dare quit. Get up, damn it. Don't you dare run from this. Don't run from this, Kirin. Fight. Fight, damn it." As the words echoed in her head, she saw the vision of her parents begin to fade away from a distance. The streams of the crowd jolted her memory, as if her parents were yelling for help. Kirin's eyes flashed open as she clenched her fists and inhaled deeply. Diesel stood in the center of the ring, absorbing the cheers of the crowd, while the referee hovered over the edge to check Kirin's status. Everyone was wondering if there was any fight left in her. Was this the end? Stabler spoke to Krenzel as the cameras focused on their discussion. "Even if she somehow gets back into the ring, the massive point deduction will be almost impossible to overcome." Krenzel nodded in agreement. "You're right. She's going to have to end the fight with a KO or submission. Diesel's amassed a huge point bonus." In the upper executive suites, Fawn waited eagerly for the conclusion. He was nervously pacing as his head jerked back and forth between the TV and the ring. He wondered, just like everyone else, if this was the end for Kirin. "Damn it! Can't they get a better angle of her?" he shouted, frustrated at the network station. Thorne watched intently, growing agitated by Fawn's nervousness. "Will you please sit down, Fawn?" he ordered. Fawn went toward the bar to get a drink. He poured himself some relaxing liquor and said to Thorn, "You're right, boss. Again, you've got nerves of steel. There's no way she can win." Thorn did not reply, trying to be an example of calmness. Then he stood up from his chair and looked toward the ring in disbelief. Diesel was enjoying all the attention, as the crowd began to cheer even louder. He was full of himself, thinking that his time had come, and he had earned all admiration. But, just like Kirin had celebrated too early, karma had come back to haunt him. A single hand appeared at the edge of the ring, as the cheers grew to a deafening level. He turned to look at the edge, and his facial expression said it all. Moments later, a tiny girl crawled up. She planted both feet, energized by the support of the crowd and driven by the memory of her parents. Kirin was showing what she was made of. Bruised and battered, there was no run in her. It was time to fight. Stabler asked, awestruck, "How did she get back up?" Krenzel shook his head. "I have no idea, and I thought Diesel could take a hit." Diesel stood across from her and said, "James 1, verses 2 through 4. Consider it all joy, my brethren, when you encounter various trials, knowing that the testing of your faith produces endurance, and let endurance have its perfect result, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing." Kirin looked at him and said, "Fuck you, Diesel." Diesel was insulted and was about to move in for another blow when the bell rang just in time. Her snide comment had infuriated him, and the referee had to restrain Diesel from Kirin. Tobias ran into the ring and helped Kirin to the corner. Kirin sat on the chair, as Tobias held her by the arms and yelled, "That's enough. You've proven you're tough. There's no beating him. Sifu, say something. Tell her to listen to me." Tobias looked at him for some support. Kirin turned to Sifu, hoping he could figure out something. Now more than ever, she needed his wisdom, as the will to fight and not run was fueling her. However, she had no answer for stopping Diesel. Both Tobias and Kirin waited anxiously for Sifu to come up with some strategy. He looked at Kirin with such intensity that she could feel it. Sifu said in a stern voice, "Break him." Both Tobias and Kirin flinched and shared a look of surprise. Neither one was quite sure what Sifu meant as they turned toward him for an explanation. "What do you mean?" Kirin asked eagerly. "Kirin, break him. Stop going for the hit and break him. He may not be feeling the pain when you hit his center, but his body still needs a structure to be able to move. Break him. Destroy the very structure that's keeping him standing," said Sifu. Sifu got in front of Kirin and looked her in the eye. He grabbed her hands and held them firmly. "This is what I was talking about earlier. He's cheating. You've got to go beyond what you think is possible and dig deeper. Your will determine this outcome. Do you understand me, Kirin?" Sifu did not say another word, almost instilling his own will into Kirin. Kirin looked at Sifu as if she were staring into his soul. "Yes, Sifu." The bell to signal the next round was about to sound. The crowd was on the verge of erupting, as the tension kept building from one round to the next. Kirin didn't say a word and began to walk to the center of the ring, oblivious of her surroundings. Kirin called her name for one last instruction. Kirin turned around and waited. He shouted, "Kirin, unleash the art." Stabler said, "We just took a quick online vote, and 95% believe that Diesel is going to kill Kirin." Krenzel said, "I'm surprised it's only 95%. I don't know how she's going to survive the next round," as he scratched his head, wondering who the 5% were. The start of the fourth round was electrifying. No matter how this ended, the single thing everyone would agree on was that this was the greatest battle anybody had ever seen. Thoughts flashed through Kirin's mind. The death of her parents fueled her. The burden of the people reminded her of what needed to be done. She had to overcome. It was up to her. She wasn't helpless. She thought, "I have to do what I'm destined to do." "Focus, Kirin. Focus," she said to herself. She began breathing in and out. In and out. She needed the single thought to give her purpose. Diesel shouted from across the ring, "You think you're funny, little girl? Well, guess what? Playtime's over. I'm coming for you." His long, outstretched hand pointed directly at her. Kirin could only hear her breath as the sound of Diesel, as well as the thousands watching, were lost to her focus. The referee signaled to both corners, asking if they were prepared to begin. He got confirmation from both sides and waved for them to fight. Kirin did not hesitate this time, and charged in toward Diesel. He did the same, wanting to end the fight conclusively. She threw out a punch that connected, but it didn't bring Diesel down. She threw another one, which Diesel blocked, but it forced him to spin. Diesel went with the force and threw a spinning back fist, but Kirin was there waiting for it. When he came around full force, she timed it perfectly and went for the break. His arm snapped like a twig, but he barely flinched from the pain. The first chink in his armor finally was exposed. Surprisingly, the break merely stunned him as he looked at his arm just flailing away. Diesel staggered backward, wondering what had just happened. It was a horrific sight that forced others to cringe and turn away. Sifu shouted, "Don't stop. Go, Kirin, go!" Kirin moved in again, but this time Diesel tried to swing with his only good arm, his right. Kirin ducked the attack and pulled him off center with a lop, bringing him halfway to the ground. She used his arm to control his position, but did not go for the break. Instead, her leg was in a perfect position for a sweep, as she exposed his entire limb. Once he was vulnerable, Kirin did not hesitate. This time, she snapped the ankle first and then went to break his knee. As loud as the crowd was cheering, every bone breaking could be heard and felt by others. The crowd reacted to the breaks. It was both devastating and gruesome to watch. Stabler and Krenzel had seen this before, yet they were taken aback by such brutality. He fell to the ground, but did not agonize in pain. Instead, he stared in disbelief at the bone sticking out of his leg as he got up. He hobbled onto one leg and stood there. As he tried to move toward Kirin, he stumbled over. Struggling to support his own body, he fell to the ground. He looked up at Kirin with hate-filled eyes as he shouted from the top of his lungs, "Fuck you, bitch!" Kirin looked at Diesel, who was in pieces, and shook her head, indicating this match was over. But Diesel was not to be denied. His physical attributes allowed him to stand up, as he had one last ounce of fight within him. As Kirin moved in for the kill, As Kirin moved in for the kill, he tried his best to use his only good arm, but Kirin easily blocked it and made him pay the final price. The block flowed into a joint lock, and the crack of his bone echoed through the arena. She had rendered his other arm useless. Diesel fell to the ground broken and unable to defend himself. The once powerful figure lay helpless on the ring floor. The crowd shouted for her to finish off Diesel. The greatest fight in the history of the UFMF needed an ending that no one would ever forget. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kirin looked around at the thousands chanting for his demise. She grabbed him by the back of his head, as the rest of his body lay limp, unable to move. She was prepared for the final break, his neck. Her heart was racing at 100 beats a second as blood and sweat poured down her face. Diesel was fearless. Even at this vulnerable state, he stared at Kirin directly and egged her on. He screamed, "Do it, you coward! You afraid to finish it?" Thoughts were racing through her head. She remembered all the times that power had been used against her and how she had run. This time, it was finally in her hands. She had the final decision. She had all the power. She had total control. She could end the wrongs with a single twist. Kirin could feel her body tense up, something she wasn't used to in applying any of her techniques. Sifu had taught her, in a fight situation, decide yes or no, never hesitate. There was no doubt that if Diesel were put in command of the situation, he would end her. The roaring noise of over 200,000 people gradually became silent, replaced by the sound of each breath, as that was all that Kirin could hear. She stared into the sea of humanity, watching the masses demand his death. But through the crowd of hate, she was able to spot a familiar face. She thought, "This seems familiar." She shook her head as the blurred image finally came into focus. It was Sifu. As Kirin gazed at him, she could see his eyes, and she saw nothing but kindness. As they locked stares, her breath became slower and slower, until her last exhale froze in time. Kirin looked over at Diesel, who she was holding by the head, and said, "God isn't sparing your life today. I am." She lowered Diesel's head gently to the ground and waved the referee in to end the match. The crowd went wild, shouting and screaming as security tightened to make sure no one could enter the ring. Exhausted and drained, Kirin dropped to her knees, crying as both Sifu and Tobias ran in to catch her. Stabler said, "Kirin Rise has shocked the world. She is the new UFMF undisputed Dome Champion of the world." The ring announcer started speaking. "Ladies and gentlemen, in a stunning upset victory won by forfeit, Kirin Rise is your new champion of the world." His words resonated in total pandemonium. Krenzel added to the comments, "Unfreaking believable. I can't imagine anyone walking away from this not being surprised by the outcome. This was just beyond incredible how this fight turned out. No words can do it justice." Stabler added, "I'm totally speechless. I'm gonna let the camera take over so you can just watch the commotion down below. Wow, just incredible." The rest of the panel remained silent, stunned by what they had witnessed. Sifu got on his knees and held Kirin. He said, "You did it." Kirin tried to smile at him, but suddenly tears began rolling down her face. She whimpered, struggling to speak. "No, Sifu, we did it." As Sifu held her in his embrace, he began to cry, like a father being proud of his daughter's accomplishment. They hugged each other tightly in the ring, comforting one another, while everyone celebrated around them. Several days later, in a beautiful high-rise building in New York City, outside waiting in the ground lounge, Thorne sat in his chair with his team of associates. Linda, Fawn, and Justice. Thorn asked Linda, "What's my schedule for today?" Linda looked at him with trepidation and said, I cleared your entire schedule, sir. This meeting is it." Even Thorn seemed uneasy at being kept waiting for over 30 minutes. Fawn broke the tension by speaking. "Boss, it can't be that bad. Astronomical ratings for the fight. The deal's been set to go global for next year, and UFMF stock prices are at an all-time high." Thorn did not say a word. He knew on the outside things looked in favor of the UFMF. But Kirin's defeat of Diesel weakened them internally. The Foundation had been compromised, as Kirin's latest humanitarian gesture gave her an even stronger voice within the community. More importantly, a sense of doubt may have been created over their top project with the government. Linda wrestled with her pad, putting it to the side as she asked, "Mr. Thorn, when's the last time you saw him?" Thorn did not answer right away. Fawn jumped in and said, "I've never met him at all," as he glanced toward Linda and Justice and added, "Come to think of it, other than Mr. Thorn, this will be our first meeting with him ever." Thorn was lost in thought, trying to remember the exact period. Finally, he replied, "It's been years since I've seen him face to face." As they continued waiting in the large, luxurious room, a cold, eerie feeling spread throughout. The sofas were aligned so that, even as a group, they felt distant from one another. As the silence stretched, it was filled at the last by the sounds of several footsteps coming closer. All heads turned toward the source as they waited to see. There stood three of the most gorgeous secretaries one could imagine. If not for their attire, one would have thought they were runway models. Each one rivaled the looks of Linda as they stopped to pose in unison. Justice definitely took notice, and even Fawn, for a brief moment, questioned his sexuality. The trio stood in a straight line and then, without a word spoken, created a triangle formation. Two stood behind the main one, as she took her time posing before uttering a word. She looked directly at Thorn and said, "Mr. Thorn, he's ready to see you now." Thorn acknowledged the request as he got up from his chair and then adjusted his suit. Justice, Linda, and Fawn stood up as well, ready to accompany Thorn into the meeting. The head secretary placed her hand up, saying, "I'm sorry, only Mr. Thorn is needed for this meeting." She gave Linda a snobbish look that didn't sit too well with her. "If you'll please follow me, sir." The rest of Thorn's group exchanged glances, realizing that the situation was more serious than they thought. Thorn waved them down, doing his best to reassure them that everything would be all right. But, as he began to walk away, Linda noticed a hint of perspiration at the edge of his brow. She struggled to put a smile on his face and did not say a word. Thorn did as he was requested and began the long walk by himself. Meanwhile, back in Chicago, Kirin was surrounded by her friends, sitting at her favorite coffee shop. Word quickly spread that she was there, and a large crowd gathered outside. Fans were hoping for a peek or a chance at an autograph and picture with her. Kirin calmly sipped her latte, as the presence of a large crowd no longer put her at unease. She put her cup down and kindly waved at the crowd as they cheered at her, thankful for her acknowledgement. Sage said, "Thanks for treating us out to coffee, Kirin." Gwen snickered. "Yeah, I mean, when you make 25 million, who can't spare 3 credits? Hunter joked, Is there a reason I couldn't order a large?" Kirin listened to their voices, relishing the sound and the company of her friends. She took another sip and savored the moment. Tobias interrupted the silence and said, "Guys, don't get used to this." She shook his head, and the rest of the gang looked at Tobias, puzzled by his comments. She paused and stared at Kirin. Kirin, did you tell them?" he asked cautiously. With a look of serious concern on his face, Sage asked, "Oh crap, tell us what?" He held his breath, expecting the worst. Gwen folded her hands in prayer position. "Oh my God, please don't tell me you did good. Please, 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 God, no!" Kirin looked at the chain reaction forming and asked cautiously, What did you do, Kirin?" Kirin put down her coffee, grabbed the napkin, and wiped her mouth. She made the group wait even longer, building up the suspense at hand. She said, I donated the entire $25 million to charity." Like a bandage waiting to be pulled, she blurted it out with a single rip. All her friends were in a state of shock. Gwen and Hunter's jaws dropped from the news, and Sage almost spit out his coffee as he looked at Kirin in disbelief. Silence fell briefly around the table. "Goddamn Salvation Army!" Sage was the first to break the silence. He pounded his fist in jest as Kirin giggled at his act. Gwen laughed at his comment, but reality finally set in. "This is bad karma, Kirin. Mark my words. Bad freaking karma." Gwen looked dead serious, which caught Kirin's attention. Kirin frowned in confusion. "How so?" Gwen's eyes squinted as just a hint as she made Kirin wait. In a seedy voice, she said, $25 million. Now the Salvation Army can buy real weapons. Is that what you want? Huh? You want them to start a war? Kirin crumpled a napkin and threw it at Gwen, who did a terrible job trying to block it. Gwen looked at her with a smile, still shaking her head as she added, "You think you know your friends, then bam, this happens." Hunter sank back in his chair. "Looks like I'm going to have cheap ramen once I go back to my classes." Tobias uttered, "Thank God I didn't quit my day job." Kirin glanced at the sulking faces and laughed. "Look, guys, it's just too much money. There comes a point when you ask yourself, how many houses do I need? How many cars do I want?" Gwen asked Kirin, "Do you want me to answer that with a specific number?" Sage replied, "I wish that point would happen in my lifetime." Kirin cleared her throat loudly, indicating she had more to say. "We all live good lives, decent ones. I just thought it would be fair to let those who are less fortunate get a piece of the cake, get a piece of the pie, don't you think?" Even in speech, Kirin used Wing Chun, as her last statement made the group contemplate the facts. Everyone fundamentally agreed with Kirin, but at the same time, she could sense that, deep down, each one was hoping to enjoy just a little of the winnings. Her friends looked like they were fantasizing about what could have been had she kept all the money. Kirin wasn't sure if Gwen was acting or not when she shriveled into a ball and laid her head on the table. The somber mood was broken by a voice from a distance. "Why the long faces?" Kirin smiled, recognizing the soothing voice. She turned around and greeted Sifu. "Sifu, glad you were able to make it," said Kirin as her voice perked up. With her head on the table, Gwen mumbled, Why don't you ask Miss Goody Two-Shoes what she did, Sifu?" Sifu looked at Kirin and waited for her to speak. Kirin didn't hesitate and said, "I was just telling everyone that I gave all the money I won to charity." Sifu did not act like everyone else. He was emotionless and just stood in place. He paused before speaking, leaving everyone curious about what he would say. Even Gwen raised her head up slightly, peeking through the crevice between her arms. "It's an act of kindness, and you've always stayed true to your feelings. But such actions sometimes lack balance, Sifu said. Sage pointed at Kirin with a hint of cockiness and said, "Aha! See? Sifu agrees with us. You should have kept some money." Kirin was caught off guard by Sifu's comment and about to speak, but then she noticed Sifu reaching into his pocket. "I had a feeling you'd probably give away your winnings, Kirin." He pulled out an envelope and gently laid it down on the table in front of Kirin. She asked, "What is this?" Though she was really wondering how Sifu knew what she had planned. Kirin just stared at it, clueless as to the contents. Sifu replied, "Go ahead and open it." All eyes were glued to the envelope as everyone was on the edge of their seats, wondering what it could be. Kirin slowly opened the envelope and pulled out a sheet of paper, which she began to read. With each line that she read, Kirin's eyes widened. She giggled, not out of humor, but with a puzzled look on her face. "Am I reading this right?" she asked, still focused on the writing at hand. The anticipation was killing everybody, and the group shouted and asked her what it was. Kirin put the note down and with a blank look on her face said, "I'm not sure how this is possible, but I think this is a fully paid vacation for all my friends and family." Everyone looked flabbergasted, not expecting the words that came out of Kirin's mouth. Gwen took the initiative and asked, "Not that I'm being picky, but this is a vacation, or... is this a vacation, or more of a vacation like a road trip to the Dells?" Kirin looked at Gwen and shook her head. "No, Gwen." She exhaled and took another breath. "It's a first-class flight, all expenses paid, 7-day cruise to the Bahamas." She placed her hand on the envelope as she looked to see everyone's reaction. "Shut up!" shouted Gwen as she reached out to grab the note. As everyone started celebrating the news, Kirin looked back at Sifu and asked, "How is this possible?" "Consider it a gift for all your hard work," said Sifu. "I can't accept this, Sifu. And how is it you were able to pay for all this?" asked Kirin with a concerned look on her face. "This had to cost a small fortune." The group was curious, but also cautiously concerned that Kirin would again turn down this opportunity. Sifu smiled and said, "Technically, you kinda paid for all this." Kirin frowned at Sifu, even more confused. "I don't understand." Sifu said, "It's very simple. I bet on you. I bet that you would win the entire tournament, and you did just that." Kirin said, "You did what?" With a shocked look on her face, she scratched her head and rubbed her eyes, acting as if she were in a dream. She asked Sifu, "I thought Wing Chun people didn't gamble." Sifu replied, "You're right. I would never gamble, but gambling is a game of chance. It's betting on uncertain outcome. I, on the other hand, never once doubted that you would win. Remember our conversation before, Kirin? It's not a question of if, but when." A big grin appeared on Sifu's face. Kirin sat there frozen, stunned by Sifu's explanation. Sifu put his hand on Kirin's shoulder and said, "Anyway, I thought this would be an admirable gesture on your part to thank all of your friends and family. I'm sure you'd agree that, without their support, getting through this entire year would have been a difficult task." Kirin smiled at her friends and nodded. "Thanks, Sifu. As usual, you're totally right. But I know I couldn't have done this without you." Kirin stood up and hugged Sifu. She leaned over and whispered into his ear, "Thank you for everything, always." Her friends were all smiles hearing the news. Excited for their future plans, they were in a total jovial mood to celebrate. Tobias got the attention of the group and said, "Guys, I know these are lattes and coffees, but I thought we should do a toast." Hunter agreed and said, "What should we toast to?" Sage stood up and looked at all his friends. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'm sure we'd love to see Kirin win the next UFMF Dome fight. And hopefully, next time, keep the damn money. Everyone giggled and laughed as Kirin smiled bashfully at the comment. Sage waved his hands, requesting their full attention as they took a moment to settle down. He had a look of seriousness as he stared back at each of his friends and paused once he got to Kirin. To my dear friend, to our dear friend Kirin Rise. Raise your hands and toast with me if you believe that everyone in the world now wants to fight, just like a girl. Hear, hear. The group smiled proudly and raised their cups to toast. The end. The world will move on without you, unless you give it a reason to stop. Sifu. So, that was the end of the main story. We've still got 2 sections left to do in the chapter. The 2 short stories, so. Section 1. Short Stories number 12. Points of Views: Tobias, Diane Rise, Sifu. Undelivered. January 5th, 2032. Tobias's point of view. What's wrong with you, Tobias? I felt like a zombie as I stared numbly into the mirror. The longer I looked into the mirror, the more difficult it became to see my own reflection. I splashed some water onto my face, hoping it would cure the situation. Splash, splash. The water felt refreshing, physically, but mentally I'd been out of it all day. I've practically wasted this entire day sulking, and for what? I haven't done anything wrong. I was right in yelling at Kirin for entering the fight. I looked outside my little apartment window and saw people hanging around outside the street. The streetlights made it glow like the stars, even if it wasn't comparable to downtown skyline view. However, there was something different about tonight. From a distance, I saw a couple walking together arm in arm. They seemed to be enjoying each other's company. I looked closer at the girl, who was looking intently at the man's face. It was hard to describe, but she was giving him that look of complete attention, as if she was mesmerized by every word coming from his mouth. I had seen that look before, but where? I grabbed a half-empty can of beer that sat by my window ledge and decided to finish it. Ugh, I muttered, as it tasted stale. I threw the can into the garbage. In the background, I could hear the sound of my television as I stared into oblivion. A reporter droned. The talk of the town continues to be the mystery fighter who has captured the attention of the entire world. What everyone wants to know is, who is this mystery fighter? I turned toward the TV to see a picture of Kirin's fight being replayed over and over. Oh, snap. So you did get ads just now? Okay. My bad. It is set up so that non-subs will wind up actually getting like 3 minutes of ads every hour, but it should be just an hour between them all. So again, I apologize about that. I was trying to figure out how to get them completely turned off or reset or something, and that didn't really work out. So I shouted, "It's Kirin Rise, you dumbasses!" And I laughed a little as I realized I was talking to no one. "Volume up," I said less vibrantly, letting the TV tell me the latest news. I walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge. It was a typical bachelor fridge. Beer and several pieces of fruit and some leftover stuff, which I wasn't sure was still good. As I searched the fridge for something appealing, the latest news report caught my attention. I turned to the TV and listened. The UFMF has signed a contract with the government whose investors are expecting will massively impact tomorrow morning's opening trade. Reports are not clear as to the role the UFMF will be playing, but... Fucking UFMF, I grumbled as I focused my attention on my nearly empty fridge. Well, the choice is still the same, I said to myself as I tried to decide between nutrition or wasted calories. Dark side wins. Beer it is. I grabbed another one and popped it open. With a can of beer in my hand and a sense of accomplishment from my major decision of the day, I sat back on my couch and watched more TV. Suddenly my phone rang, but I did not answer it. I made a half-hearted attempt to pick it up, but didn't get it in time. Several seconds passed as I let whoever had decided to call me leave their voice message. Then I said, "Phone, playback message." The phone beeped, and a familiar voice said, "Hey baby, it's Jasmine. You haven't called me in a while. Give me a call back. I thought we could hang out tonight and hit a coffee shop or something." Sorry, excuse me, I had to sneeze. "And I promise you that you'll get a little taste of mocha." I shook my head and threw my phone across the room, where it landed on my bed. I peered over to the corner and saw it was 9 o'clock p.m. Damn, what a waste of a day, I thought. I sat there on my couch, finishing another beer as the TV bombarded me with news of Kirin's fight. Minutes passed as the sound of the broadcast echoed in my head. Every word coming out of the reporter's mouth sounded the same, and it all came down to one repeated question. Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? Each time he asked, the name Kirin entered my mind like a throbbing headache. I finished my beer and crushed the can. I threw it away but missed the garbage can completely this time. Instead, it hit a picture on my desk and knocked it over. It startled my one true friend in the world, my fighting fish. He spun around erratically in his fishbowl. Damn it, I said. I can't even do that right, I thought. I got up and walked over to pick up the frame I'd knocked over. As I grabbed it, I looked at the picture and saw one of the rare pics of me and Kirin hanging out. She had taken it a while back. As I studied it, I got lost in a daze. Finally, I saw something that I'd never noticed before. Kirin was giving me that look. The same look the woman on the street was giving that man. What am I doing? I thought. A minute passed before I scrambled, searching for my phone I had thrown in my bedroom. Damn it, where is it? I made a greater mess of my room before I finally pulled it from a pile of clothes. Ah, there it is. I quickly started to dial. I first called Kirin directly, but only got her voicemail. Damn it, of course she's not answering. Knowing her, she probably doesn't even have it on her. I shook my head, wondering where she could be. Who else would know where she is? Who? I muttered as I scanned through the list of her friends in my head and said, Gwen, definitely Gwen. I dialed Gwen's number, hoping she would know. Ring, ring. Come on, pick up, I said in a hurried voice. Hello, this is Gwen. I said, Gwen, this is Tobias. Do you know where Kirin is? Gwen answered, Nah, I haven't heard from her in a couple of days. I'm actually looking for her now. Fuck. Gwen said, You know, I was thinking. I rudely hung up on Gwen, as my need for to find Kirin grew. I grabbed my jacket and my motorcycle helmet and I said, I gotta find her. I ran out of my apartment, talking to myself as I leapt onto my motorcycle. She's a creature of habit. She can only be in a few spots, I said to myself. Okay, let's try the coffee shop first, I thought. Several minutes passed as I flew through the streets until I got to our favorite coffee shop, the Red Eye. I could see from outside that several people were still there, probably having their late-night lattes and espressos. I opened the door and walked into the coffee shop, scanning the area quickly. Damn it, I don't see her, I said. Where else? Where else could she have gone? Maybe she's at home. It's possible she didn't pick up because she saw it was me calling. I tried to kick the negative thought out of my head. Like the wind, I was a blur as I drove to her place. 10 minutes later, I parked my bike on the sidewalk and ran up to her front door. Bzz, bzz, bzz. No response as I waited. I looked up to her loft and noticed there were no lights. She wouldn't be asleep this early in the night, I said. Frustrated, I got back on my bike and started driving again. I was zipping in and out of traffic through the streets of Chicago. Several minutes passed as I tried to figure out where she might be. My mind was racing, unable to pinpoint a single thought as I came upon a stoplight. At first I was pissed that the traffic light had caught me, but that moment of silence allowed me to gather my thoughts. Come on, come on. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the local flower vendor who was calling it quits for the day. "Hey, you!" I shouted over to him. He looked at me, somewhat happy at human interaction as he said, "Hey buddy, I still have a bunch of unsold flowers. You interested?" I asked, "What you got left?" Tried to think of what Kirin liked and remembered. Tulips. "Hey, any chance you have any yellow tulips?" He checked quickly in the remainder of his stash and said, "You're in luck. I do have some." I asked, "Any idea how many flowers represent I'm sorry?" He thought about it for a second and asked, "How about 3? "Doesn't 3 flowers mean I love you?" He replied, "It could also mean I'm sorry." I thought about it for a second and decided it made sense. "Fine, give me 3. He laughed and said, "I guess you got no choice. All I have is 3. I thought, then why are we having this conversation? He wrapped up 3 yellow tulips for me as I paid him. The florist said, "Thank you for your business." Just like that, I thanked him, stowed away the flowers in my bike, and took off. Well, this does me no good if I can't find her, I thought. Weaving through the streets of Chicago, I was paying attention to not killing myself for my reckless driving and trying to figure out where Kirin could be. It's 9:50. Where would I be if I were you? Where would I be? I said. The need for an answer was killing me. I needed to clear my mind, so I parked my bike on the side of the road. Just like Sifu said, I needed to empty it to see the answer. Several minutes passed as I did just that, focusing on my breathing and quieting my mind. I finally felt decent again as my head cleared. I looked up at the sky and saw the stars. Holy shit, I'm so stupid. The planetarium. I kick-started my bike and made like the wind as I started darting again through the streets, weaving illegally and dangerously. I didn't care. I was on a mission to find her. Finally, I got to the Chicago Planetarium. She's gotta be here. This is her favorite spot when she wants to get away, I said. I parked my motorcycle and started looking around. Suddenly, I noticed the bike along with the carrier. That's her. She must be taking pictures with Bacon. I ran back to my bike and grabbed the flowers, realizing I knew exactly what to say. I had finally figured out what was bumming me this entire time. I felt bad that I'd yelled at her after the fight. I was scanning the area and suddenly saw Kirin from a distance. My heart raced, and I felt alive after feeling so numb and almost dead the entire day. I started running toward her and then stopped in my tracks. She wasn't alone. As I approached closer, I saw that Hunter was there. I stood there, silently, at a distance as I watched them. They were engaged in a conversation, and then it happened. From life to death as my heart sank and skipped a beat. Kirin moved toward Hunter and kissed him. I closed my eyes and felt foolish. Disgusted, I dropped the flowers and walked back to my bike. Seeing Eye to Eye, July 2nd, 2032. Kirin Rise's point of view. Ding dong. I heard the doorbell ring from the kitchen. 1 minute, I shouted as I dried my hands and made my way to the front door. Butterscotch was already there, barking and jumping, reminding me that my attention was needed. "Good girl," I said, and pet her on the head. I looked through the glass door and saw an elderly Asian gentleman standing patiently. Examining him, I was sure I did not recognize him, so I cautiously opened the door slightly and said, "Can I help you?" The gentleman spoke in a soft and comforting voice. "Hi, Miss Rise. You don't know me, but I'd like to speak with you for a moment, if you will." It didn't look like he was selling anything. So I asked, "What's this about?" as my voice carried through the narrow crevice. The man cleared his throat and said, "It's about your daughter." I didn't know if it was the frustration that had built up for the last several months, but I reacted by slamming the door immediately. Almost as quickly, the anger faded, and I felt bad for treating him that way. I looked through the glass and saw the gentleman was standing there, calm and unflinching. I shouted, "I'm sorry, but I'm not talking to any reporters or paparazzi. Please go and leave us alone." His calm voice carried through the door. "Mrs. Rise, it's a very important matter. If you would please just give me a moment of your time, I have some explaining to do." I leaned back against the door, feeling the pain of not having spoken to Kirin since she decided to enter the tournament. I took a deep breath and shouted, "If you don't leave, I'm gonna call the police. God, I wish you people would just go away." There was no sound for several moments as I looked at Butterscotch, who remained excited by the door. Suddenly, the voice said, "Mrs. Rise, I'm neither a reporter nor a paparazzo. I'm merely your daughter's teacher." Hearing that caught me off guard. Teacher? I thought. I didn't think Kirin was taking any classes. It was silent for a good uncomfortable minute. I rubbed my eyes, trying to make sense of the matter, and I finally asked, "You're Kirin's teacher?" "Yes," he replied. I asked sternly, "Teacher of what? Kirin's not taking any classes." "I guess you could say I'm her Kung Fu teacher," he said humbly. I thought for a second. Doesn't he mean Kung Fu? I was curious to know who this man was, and I needed answers for myself. I began to turn the knob slowly, and Butterscotch hopped up, curious as well to see this person. As I opened the door even further, I held her by the collar. She no longer barked, but continued to squirm in excitement. "I'm sorry, but what was your name again?" I asked. "My apologies. You can call me Mr. Kwan," said the gentleman. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened the door slightly. With Butterscotch's uncontrolled jumping, I lost my grip on her. The feisty golden retriever jumped through the door and leapt toward the gentleman. She was extremely friendly toward him as he returned the favor and pet her. Good girl, Butterscotch," said Mr. Kwan. I was taken aback that the stranger knew my dog's name. "I'm sorry, but you seem to know quite a bit about me and my family." He stopped petting the dog and signaled for her to sit. I watched as Butterscotch obediently followed his order. He said, "My apologies, Mrs. Rise, for my intrusion. I'm sure my being here is a bit of a shock to you, but, like I said earlier, I'm here to talk to you about your daughter." I looked at Mr. Kwan and did not say a word. Instead, I waited to hear what he had to say. I'm sure you know that your daughter is going into her first fight in 2 days," said Mr. Kwan slowly and calmly, almost as if he were testing the waters. My slight change of expression told him I was well aware. "I'm here to ask something of you." Mr. Kwan looked down toward the ground as if he were bowing. "While Kirin has not said a word to me, I can tell that you have not spoken to your daughter since she mentioned what her plans were. I looked at him, knowing he was right, and I began to tear up and cry. Mr. Kwan then looked up and stared into my eyes. My apologies for your pain, but I humbly request that you speak to her before the fight. Your daughter needs to hear from you again. My sadness turned to anger as I said sternly, "This is all I have. I'm hoping she'll put her family first and quit this nonsense. If I speak to her now, there's no way she'll back down from the fight." Mr. Kwan remained calm, even in the heat of the moment, as he said, "Mrs. Rise, as a parent, I can understand your frustration, but I can also tell you that, whether you talk to her or not, Kirin is going to fight regardless." "Then why do you need me to talk to her?" I asked. Mr. Kwan replied, "Because I would rather have her fight with a clear head tomorrow than have this issue linger in the back of her mind." I asked, "If you're her teacher, why would you let her do this? Why would you put her in harm's way?" This was not my idea. Kirin did this all on her own. When I found out about her intention to join the league, my choice was simple. Either help her or not, replied Mr. Kwan. He met my gaze levelly and said, "So, I chose to help her." As much I felt angered by his comment, he did make me think. He wasn't pushy like a salesman, but I couldn't argue against his logic. I was still confused, unsure of what to do. "She's gonna get killed out there. There's no way she can win." He replied confidently without hesitation, "She won't." I asked, "How can you say that?" "Because I taught her. She will not lose, Mrs. Rise. I'm willing to bet on it." Mr. Kwan stared directly into my eyes. I was having a hard time accepting all of this. It was too much to process. It troubled me, not helping my daughter. As if sensing my uncertainty, Mr. Kwan said, "I know this is difficult to understand, and if anything does happen, I take full responsibility." His voice changed, and sadness was clear on his face as he said, "Mrs. Rise, do you mind if I share something with you?" I looked at him and waited. "When your daughter first walked into my school 8 years ago, I knew right away there was something about her. At the time, I thought I was the one helping her out. I could feel her pain, her loss, even without her ever mentioning a word. I thought if I taught her, the art could help her overcome her troubles," said Mr. Kwan. I knew, of course, what Mr. Kwan spoke of. Kirin's struggles with her past and the nightmares of her parents constantly haunted my daughter. I remembered the pain so vividly, and it upset me that nothing we did could help her. But as I listened to him explain what he did, it was starting to make sense. Looking back, I could see how she had improved and eventually overcame it. Mr. Kwan continued, "So, even though I knew she was going without your permission, I accepted her as a student. She was a good student, practiced harder than anyone, almost driven by her past. She always listened to every word that came out of my mouth. She trusted me like a daughter would trust her father. And with time, I too looked upon her like my very own." Her kind words were soothing to me, but then he paused as his voice cracked. Little did I know that, in the end, it would be her helping me. I could see that Mr. Kwan did care about Kirin deeply. For the next several minutes, Mr. Kwan spoke of his past, opening up as I listened with a heavy heart. Mr. Kwan said, "I don't know why I told you that. I have never told anyone that, but, Mrs. Rise, life is short, and I believe, without a doubt, your daughter needs you now more than ever." I didn't know what to say as I was still torn in pain by the moment. Mr. Kwan did not utter another word. He bowed to me and pet Butterscotch one last time. Then he walked away as I watched. Skill Unleashed. October 15th, 2032. Sifu's point of view. Billy, are you 100% sure about this info? Looking at his face, I could tell he spoke the truth, but I needed to hear it one more time. Billy said in a jittery voice, "Yeah, definitely, Sifu," as he continued to look around in a nervous manner and struggled to stand still. What about the cops? They bought off the right ones for tonight, said Billy. Even for a young kid, he knew how the world really functioned. The fact was, he never had the chance to enjoy a noble childhood. I pulled out my phone to check the time. Then I said with urgency, "All right, Billy, get out of here before you get spotted. And be careful." Billy looked at me with concern and said, "Sifu, there's one more thing. I wasn't able to fully confirm it, but my source also told me that they could be packing heat. What are you going to do, Sifu?" I looked at him and replied, "Don't underestimate the power of the mind when it comes to bullets." I patted him on the shoulder and scooted him on his way. Billy was gone within seconds. If the mob was willing to stoop so low as to defy the corporations, then they were willing to lose everything. The gravity of the situation was dire. Immediately, I rushed back into the kitchen, where Lance was working on the night's preparations. He looked at me and could tell something was off. "What's wrong?" I began to explain to him the situation and my plans. Knowing we were pressed for time and I couldn't go into greater detail, Lance suggested, "Let's close up for tonight. I should go with you." I shook my head and replied, "No, you need to stay here and make it look like everything's normal. You're my alibi if this somehow comes back." I checked my clock again and added, "There's no time to argue, Lance. You have to trust me on this one," as I put my hand on his shoulder. Lance shook his head. "I don't like this plan one bit. I know I've taught you a good amount of what I was trained for in the forces, but you're gonna hit this place blind?" Lance was right. Hitting this place blind would put me at a significant disadvantage. Suddenly, I knew how I could even the playing field a bit and said, "I know who we can call to help us." I quickly scrolled through my phone and, as luck would have it, Kirin had placed a call to her friend Gwen on it. I dialed the number, hoping she would answer. Ring, ring. "Come on, Gwen, pick up the phone." I was trying to will her to be there mentally. "Gwen speaking," she answered as I breathed a quick sigh of relief. "Gwen, it's me. Is that you, Sifu?" "Yes, it is." Gwen replied, Hey, Sifu. Didn't expect you to be calling me." I said, "Listen very carefully to what I'm about to say to you." I quickly explained to Gwen the urgency of the moment and told her of my plan to head to Kirin's parents' house. I said, "Do you understand, Gwen? Can you get me a full layout of her parents' house?" Gwen replied in a hurried voice, "Give me 5 minutes. I'll pull it up and send the information directly to your phone." I stressed to Gwen, "Gwen, no one can know. Do you understand me? No one." In a concerned voice, Gwen said, "I understand, Sifu." With that, I gathered my belongings and prepared to head out. At the last minute, I went to my drawer and pulled out 2 new decks of unopened playing cards. I tossed them into my bag thinking, this might come in handy. I needed to make sure that the crowd saw me, so I walked into the main room and greeted everyone. I explained to them that I'd be busy with inventory and hoped that they would enjoy their soup. Several minutes later, I was ready to go as I handed Lance a flash drive. He looked at me and asked, "What's this for?" I replied, "I recorded my voice on it. Play it every so often and interact with me, okay?" He nodded and took the drive from me. "I gotta hurry, Lance." Lance looked at me and said, "Sifu, you can't leave body bags." "I know, just enough to put them down. I'll do my best." Lance was agitated about the entire situation. I don't like this. You'll be at a disadvantage. You taught me yes or no in this kind of situation, that Wing Chun always fights from a position of strength. I smiled and said, it'll make it more challenging. I pulled a key from my pocket and placed it firmly in Lance's hand. Lance looked at it and then asked me directly, "What's this?" I said, "Just in case karma's not on my side tonight." Lance replied, "Godspeed." And with that, I gave him a handshake and hug. "20 minutes later. Dressed in all black from the neck down, I did a rush job on my facial camouflage. I didn't have time to do a thorough survey of the entire perimeter of the house, so I circled once on foot, selecting the best view that I could get, which was the back of the Rise's home. I sat quietly, blending in with the darkness as well as the trees. I could see activity was already happening. Billy's time was a bit off, but he was dead on that a gang would hit Kirin's family tonight. I checked my time to see it was 5 minutes before midnight. The winds were howling, which would aid in covering my sound that might carry. I hope I'm not too late. I had only been on the front steps of the Rise's house once. If not for Gwen, I'd be going in blind to the inside layout. She did as she promised, delivering a full schematic of their house. Lance's training came in handy, as he taught me how to memorize things quickly, allowing me to create a mental plan of attack. Normally, one prepares for entry for days, but I did not have that luxury on my side. Billy said possibly 10 to 12 guys could be inside, I thought. I'm going to shut down the power, create some confusion, and draw them out. One of the bedrooms was currently lit, and shadows of figures moved about on both the top and bottom floors. The main light was stemming from the master bedroom. I quickly ran to the side of the house and got access to the fuse box that was linked to the inside. I put into play more of Lance's training as the power went off and the house went dark. Immediately, I could hear the reaction from inside. I changed position again, staying close to the source of power, while looking to see how many guys would come. The backyard layout was to my advantage, as I was within hearing distance as well. The house was pitch black, and I could hear the commotion within. The winds continued to rustle the trees and leaves outside, making it easier for me to blend my motion with the sound. My plan was simple: take out whoever came through the door and use the same entry, which I calculated to be the back door to the patio. I waited patiently, and within a minute, 2 men came out running, using their phones as makeshift lights. I sat quietly, trying to pick up any information I could from their discussion. Once they were in position, I would take them out swiftly. I waited a pinch just to make sure they were the only ones. I could clearly hear them bitching, as they were less than 15 feet away from the fuse box. I listened in on their conversation. "Hey, I think it's over here about this side of the house," said one of the henchmen as he drew nearer. "You sure? I can't see shit out here. Hurry up, will you, before the boss gets pissed that we took so long." "How do you know it's not a power outage?" "I don't know. Frankie and Tony are checking the basement, and Johnny ordered me to check the outside," he replied. "Hey, I found it," said the henchman, who began checking the fuse box to see if it was alright. "Larry, come over here and shine some light," he ordered. His friend did as he was told and began flashing the light so he could see. He said, "What the hell's going on here? This thing is all screwed up." The henchman holding the light replied, "You sure you know what you're doing?" Both of them were preoccupied with their little task. I made sure that I stayed out of the line of sight of the guy holding the light, but I was prepared to close the gap just in case. I snuck up, timing my steps with the sound of the night. Once within striking distance, I hit Larry at the right moment and grabbed his phone. It was just enough to knock him out, but the transition wasn't perfect. "Hey, give me some light, will you? Quit goofing off," said the henchman working on the fuse box. A second later, I flashed the light back on the fuse. "Thank you. Now to figure this crap out." I did not take him out right away, since he was the chatty type, and I wanted to see if he would say anything of relevance. I think I see what the problem is. He continued to fidget with it. You know, Larry, that bitch Kirin is in for a surprise. I've never seen the boss so upset losing that much money before. As the minutes passed, it became clear that he had nothing more to offer, so I flashed the light off again. He turned around and said, "Will you quit goofing?" Whack! I gave him a quick lock chop to the side of his neck and made sure his structure didn't support the hit. He was out cold. That's 2 down. I thought as I grabbed both men and tied and muzzled them up appropriately. A quick frisk revealed that one of them was armed with a gun. I removed the clip and tossed it into the dark. It was confirmed. They were packing. How many was unknown, but I'd have to assume the worst. Moments later, both henchmen were secured tightly and hidden in the backyard bushes. Shaking my head, I thought, damn it, wasting too much time on this. Realizing that time wasn't my friend, I ran for the patio door and broke some rules of stealth by not bouncing from one object to the next and blending in with my environment. The priority was to make sure no harm came to Kirin's family, so it was a calculated risk that I thought I could afford. Entering the patio, I found the sliding door unlocked, so I opened it cautiously. I remembered the layout of the house, and had already calculated which route to take to the stairs. The priority was to get to the bedroom at all costs. If my stealth was blown, running was not an option. Entering the kitchen, I heard the sounds of footsteps creaking overhead. Inside the kitchen, it was silent, almost too quiet, so I left the sliding doors open as the wind penetrated the room, creating an echoey sound. A door straight ahead would lead directly to the hallway and staircase. I began walking toward it and was about to open it when I suddenly heard voices on the other side. I quickly crouched down in the corner as the door swung open, slowly controlling my breathing. What the hell is taking those guys so long? Frankie, go outside and see what those goofs are up to. I recalled the conversation outside and realized that these must be the 2 guys who went downstairs to check on the basement. Deduction led to the realization that this must be Tony. God, those idiots even left the door open, said Tony as I was positioned directly behind them, waiting in the shadows. From behind, I hit their centers and dropped both of them to the ground. They were clean hits, and both of them fell exactly where they stood. I had no time to make it pretty and left them both in their places. I searched them as well, but neither was armed with a gun, only a knife and some brass knuckles. A second passed as I closed my eyes and felt for something. Normally, I should have gone directly through the doors into the hallway, but my gut told me otherwise. I circled toward the dining room and waited before entering the living room. As I sat there, I could tell from their motion that they were unaware that I was hunting them down. A voice called out from the living room. "Guys, the lights are still out. What gives?" As footsteps approached, I waited along the wall of the living room right by the entrance. This room was brighter as the starlight cast through the side windows. The doorway swung to the right, thus the eyes would take a moment to adjust to the light, giving me an opportunity to strike. As the footsteps came closer, I was waiting for the right timing. I used the sound of his footsteps as well as his voice to judge the distance. Just as I suspected, a slight pause once the door was opened. "Hey, what's going on?" said the henchman. I struck in mid-sentence, and the body had no time to react to the hits. His arm was a handle that was easily pulled, and as his body leaned forward toward the ground, a single punch to the back of his head knocked him out. The henchman dropped to the ground as I caught him and tried to reduce the noise. A bit of overkill, I thought as I checked for his pulse. He'll live. He already had his gun drawn, and the routine of emptying it and hiding continued. More voices started circulating on the main floor, but I felt a coldness in the dining room. What is that? I started looking around, searching for the source of that eerie feeling. Along their long dining table, there it was. Damn it, I thought, shaking my head as Butterscotch lay on the floor in a pool of blood. I got down on one knee to check on her, but her stillness was a confirmation that she was already dead. Gotta move quicker. I made my way through the living room entrance. I did a quick count in my head, noting that 5 men were down and 2 were packing heat. I moved quietly through the living room, no longer hugging the corners, as I needed to get up the stairs. Halfway inside, 2 henchmen stopped me dead in my tracks. I lost my focus for a second as I let my guard down. One of them said, "What the fuck is that?" in clear confusion. Without any hesitation, I closed the gap. His partner behind him made a motion to draw his gun, but that was not my concern. Panic filled their eyes. Whether they had a weapon or not, the target was always the center. The combination of a sudden rush along with a man's natural fear of the dark created terror. They were no trouble at all, and I sliced through both of them with my attacks, using enough precision to stop each hit from being a fatal blow. Unfortunately, one of the men let out a scream upon my last hit. Shit, I thought. Immediately, I could feel the change of the energy of panic filled the house. More sound came from upstairs. The darkness made it difficult for all to see, but mentally I knew exactly where I was. I turned my head slightly and calculated I was 15 feet from the stairs. I heard the footsteps and another henchman creak at the base of the steps. He pulled out a knife and said in a timid voice, "Angelo, Larry, is that you?" The time for stealth was over. It was time to move in quickly and get to the goal. I stared into his eyes and then into his soul as I rushed in. My directness held him in place for a brief second, and his hesitation was his undoing. He stood there frozen with his knife out in front for a brief second. He swung wildly with no purpose, allowing me to counter easily. The fear, darkness, and chaos made it difficult for him to target me. However, I did not need a clear light to see him. I could feel his intent even before the touch, and I knew exactly where the target would be. The years of training and sacrifice had allowed me to do things others could only imagine. In the blink of an eye, he was disarmed and laying on the ground. I dashed up the stairs, laying low, and suddenly I heard the crackling of bullets fire through the air. It was panic fire. They were shooting blindly into the darkness. The sounds told me that 2 men were creaking down the upper hallway, making their way toward me. My positioning was terrible, as options were limited. Either go back down, head toward them, or run to the other side of the bedrooms. With no time to think, I acted on instinct, going for broke and risking more. I saw both men were carrying guns as their footsteps drew within 15 feet of my position. I grabbed one of my decks of cards and pulled out several from the stack. It doesn't have to hit them, just get their attention, I thought. As they approached the staircase, I quickly threw 2 pairs of cards. One of the cards hit a henchman in the face, while the other two whizzed by and did the job of distracting them. They fired immediately and randomly. Bang, bang, bang! Perfect, I thought, as I tossed the remaining deck in the air toward their faces. It rained in front of them, creating a flutter of confusion. They fired again in a panic. I counted. 5, 4, 3, 2, and I ran toward the edge of the hallway and hit them hard. Whack, whack, hit, hit. Down they went, as my adrenaline was pumping and I took a moment to catch my breath. At the end of the hallway, the sound of more shuffling continued. Everything was unknown. The number of people in the room, what weapons they carried, and most importantly, if Kirin's family was safe. Looking around at the 2 goons on the floor, I made a decision. One of you guys are going to help me out. The biggest of the 2 helped with the sorting process, as his unfortunate soul was dragged to the bedroom. Through the crevice of the door, the uneven pattern of the moonlight indicated there were 3 guys nearby. I checked my inventory and put my last deck of cards by my holder next to my arm. Several deep breaths to begin the process of emptying the mind created the focus, and the silence led to emptiness, which finally gave me an answer. Starting at the door, I thought, there are 5 people inside. If my feelings are correct, there are 5. So, I did what any reasonable guest would do and knocked on the door. Staying low and to the side, I knocked rhythmically 7 times. By the end of the last knock, whoever was inside had fired several rounds at the door. Bang, 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 bang! holes in the door let the rays of starlight pass through. The holes gave me an idea of the angle from which the shots had been fired. Listening as more shuffling occurred in the room, I thought, time for some better bait, as I grabbed my reluctant volunteer. The henchman was still out, so I sat him up and began to massage a point by his lip to wake him up. Within several seconds, he was dazed and confused but conscious. I whispered to him in a coarse voice, "Thanks for helping me." With that, I kicked the door open. It shattered into halves, and I shoved him into the bedroom. He screamed in panic, "What's going on?" Natural human reaction froze them in their tracks for a second and allowed me the opportunity to enter. Springing into action behind him, I saw my feelings had been right. There were 5 people. I whipped out several cards at the thugs on the outer edge. The throws were dead accurate, and they were struck in the face. They tried to regain their bearings. The distance was now fully to my advantage because all 3 of them were within kicking range. The confused henchman functioned as my straight shield as I kicked him from behind. He fell on top of his colleague who stood in front of him. It was time to unleash savagery upon them. I wanted the screams to be haunting. My aim was not to knock them out, but to break them. Their confusion left them vulnerable, as each one was being broken within seconds. They were on the floor rolling around in agony, and I felt merciful for allowing them to live. My will would not be denied, not by them, not by their weapons, as I released a force of destruction they were not prepared for. The 4 henchmen were downed in seconds, and I focused my attention on the 2 remaining men. A quick glance told me that the disgusting blob of man was in charge, and guarded by his last henchman who carried a knife. I looked at the family bound on the bed, but they appeared to be safe for the moment. I thought, just another minute, you'll be okay, I promise. The blob grabbed the last henchman and yelled, "Get him! Kill that fuck!" But the henchman was shaking in fear as he looked me in the eyes. He was no longer in a position of strength, and his true colors showed. As he moved closer, he suddenly dropped the knife and lifted his hands in surrender, shaking and begging, I'm sorry. I smiled at him to assure him he would be alright. Timing it perfectly as he breathed a sigh of relief, a quick hit to the side of his neck knocked him out cold. He crumpled at my feet while I slowly began walking to the last man standing. You can always tell a weasel when you see one, and this man was a weasel. He used his only defense, trying to talk his way out of the situation. Shaking uncontrollably, he said, "Who the fuck are you?" I did not respond, nor did I need to. I wanted him to feel the fear, the terror, as I drew ever closer. The silence alone screamed louder than words. He tried to bargain with me. "I swear I wasn't going to hurt them. It was just a scare." His voice shook, and he was sweating profusely. I thought for a second that I would be doing the world a favor by getting rid of scum like this, but I remembered paying a huge price to karma for playing judge and journey. I moved toward him. As I moved toward him, he began to sway and collapsed right at my feet. I knelt to check his pulse, and as I thought, bastard passed out. I guess the universe saved my karma. I got up and headed toward Kirin's family, but suddenly I stopped in my tracks. I turned around to look at the piece of garbage on the floor and decided I had some karma to burn. Section 2. Sifu's Journey, number 12. A New Start. Day 1, Spring, 2029. It had been a long day, and Sifu was on the brink of calling it quits. They had been driving around for hours now, looking at one location after another. This was the 5th and final spot. Like an itch that couldn't be scratched, something deep down told him to press on and just give this one last chance. The realtor pulled to the side of the street and parked the car. Sifu glanced outside and saw they were there. He tried to stay neutral upon looking at the place and thought, don't judge a book by its cover. We're here. She smiled enthusiastically and directed Sifu to the front door. The realtor was busy searching for the key as Sifu examined the outside. The windows were all boarded up and covered from the outside. Run down, filthy, dilapidated. Yep, that was the word he was looking for to describe this eyesore. Dilapidated. He cringed ever so slightly, figuring he would soon hear the words, fixer-upper. Ah! They heard a loud scream from a distance, which caused both of them to look suspiciously around. Sifu cautiously said, I'm sure it was nothing, as he tried to reassure the realtor that they were safe. The realtor turned slightly pale and nervously laughed. I'm sure it was nothing either. She scrambled to find the right key, wanting to open the door hastily. Sifu did his best to lighten the mood. Looks like a fresh can of paint would do wonders, but his low voice lacked conviction. The realtor faked a laugh and hoped that he was saying it only in jest. She finally opened the door and waved for Sifu to hurry along inside. Once inside, she immediately slammed the door and locked it. Sifu stared straight ahead, into the abyss of darkness. Hold on, let me turn on the light, said the realtor, who realized Sifu was staring at nothing. Upon illuminating the room, Sifu's first thought was to turn the light back off. He cringed at the thought, wondering how much time and effort this would take. The place was already an eyesore, but that was the lesser of the evils when compared to the smell. Ever the salesperson, the realtor quickly got into form and began pitching it to Sifu. Mr. Kwan, this is about 2,500 square feet, give or take. I know at first glance you have to use your imagination, but there are two things that make this place quite unique. Due to some crazy zoning law, this specific property can be used either for residential or business. In addition, this top room has a matching basement right underneath. Everywhere he scanned, screamed, "Don't get this place." There was no glimmer of hope to be found. No sooner had he thought that than he saw something sparkle in the distance of this dreary room, almost like a gold piece stuffed inside a dungeon. Sifu whispered, "Well, this is interesting," as he began walking to the only bright part of the room. Several feet farther, he saw what it was. He turned around to the realtor and said, "There's a kitchen? A professional one?" The realtor peered over to see what Sifu was looking at. She reached into her purse and pulled out her pad, but she did not see any information on what this place had been used for before. Thinking quick on her feet, she used it as a good angle to sell the place. "I'm not sure why there's a kitchen, but depending on how you look at it, this could be a good thing." She flashed Sifu a winning smile. "Any chance you cook, Mr. Kwan?" She fervently hoped the answer was yes. Sifu replied, "I know how to cook, but I've never done anything professionally." He spent the last several minutes walking around the top floor, examining areas that most people would consider untouchable. Cobwebs seemed to cover every room from top to bottom, and the dust all over would be an allergy sufferer's worst nightmare. The realtor was studying his actions, gauging whether this would end up as a sale. Sifu broke the silence, startling her. "You said there was a basement?" The realtor replied, "Yes, I believe it's somewhere over here." She turned on more lights and fought through thick cobwebs as she saw a door leading to the basement. She said, right this way, Mr. Kwan." Sifu looked down the pitch-black steps and turned to the realtor to state, "Kinda scary." She smiled and turned on the lights. "There, that looks a lot better." She grimaced after seeing what was down there and hoped that Sifu didn't catch her reaction. Sifu shouted, "Is anyone down there?" He waited for a second, but fortunately no one responded. Sifu walked down the old steps till he got to the bottom floor. Once there, Sifu said, "I thought the top floor looked bad, but this is..." The realtor cut him off. "Sorry to interrupt. I know it needs a ton of work, but it does come at a good price, don't you think?" She flashed the overall price on her pad for Sifu to see. Sifu ignored her words, seeming unconcerned about the price, as he walked to the center of the room. There, he closed his eyes and stood eerily still in place. Several minutes passed, and the silence made for an uncomfortable tension. Unsure whether she should disturb him or not, the realtor hesitantly asked, "Mr. Kwan, is everything okay?" She tapped him on the shoulder. Sifu paused before answering and let out a slow breath. "Everything's okay. I'm just trying to feel for something." The realtor wasn't sure what that meant, but she stood there alongside Sifu. She looked around the basement some more, staying relatively close to his presence, while Sifu continued standing in silence. The realtor again interrupted. "Mr. Kwan, I've got other listings we can check out tomorrow that are much better than this if you like. Might I suggest we..." Sifu held his hand up and smiled. He had felt enough and trusted in that. "I don't know why, but I'll take it." Relief fell over the realtor's face as the sound of money rang silently in her head. Just like that, the beginning of something new had started. You must constantly look around that opportunity exists all the time, not just once in a lifetime. Sifu. Wow. So, that was the conclusion of Kirin Rise, the Cast of Shadows. How you guys feeling? What'd you guys think? Amazing as always. Thanks, Zap. Appreciate that. Of course. Cool. I'm glad. Zap's right. I'm glad you guys enjoyed and had a good time. Now, one thing I kind of noticed, I tried setting up another timer, but apparently that timer, that Stream Elements timer is just as foobarred as the one that does the Sifu quotes the first time I tried to run it. So, unfortunately, this entire time, none of the timer actually went off. But, think you soothed my headache. I'm glad that happened. Again, I'm here to help you guys relax, take a load off, so if hanging out with me was able to kind of let you relax, let you kind of let go of any kind of tension and crap you had going on during the day, help you to sleep, ease your aches and pains, then by all means, I'm very happy to have helped. And I say again, mission accomplished. So yeah, that was the end of the first book. Not sure if Ed is still here or not. He might be kind of like wandering, or he probably kind of dozed off or something by now. I'm not really sure. I mean, he's around, you know, Sifu. But I do want to go ahead and do a couple of quick mentions and stuff. That Ed has a new webcomic that he started, that was put out, based in the Kirin Rise universe. Think of it kind of like as an additional story. Now, like I said, I'd had a timer that was supposed to be kind of going off that was supposed to actually be listing and plugging the webcomic, but I am gonna have to, I guess, manually drop this because the stupid timer wasn't working. All the more reason for me to go ahead and finish writing my own bot. But I thought I'd just go ahead and quick drop this. That should be, let me just double check, but that should be the link to, yes it is. That's a link to Sifu's new comic, Centerline Love, which, again, story based in the same universe as Kirin Rise. By all means, go check it out. The new chapters, the new episodes drop every other Friday. So the next one is dropping tomorrow, episode 5. So of course, if you get a chance, by all means, I invite you to go check it out and take a look. But you were gonna ask if you could read it? Read what, the webcomic? I mean, I'll run it by Ed and see what he has to say about it, but probably. I think it'd actually be kind of interesting to do one of those. You know how they have those web comics that are voice acted on YouTube? I've been watching a lot of those. So yeah, I think it'd be kind of interesting to go ahead and have that. I think it'd have to wait a little bit because the comics would probably have to drop a few more episodes, but I can talk to Ed about it and see what he has to say with it. Because yeah, that could be kind of fun. So I will talk to him about it. I'll drop him a message about it tonight and see, and so let him like share his thoughts on, you know, what he wants to do with that. But that could actually be pretty cool. I think it'd be pretty fascinating because, like I said, I've been watching a lot of those. Like Etra-chan saw that, and Sekaji no Fusuji. And I think the other one that I read is like Mika, Attack on Mika. Those are the 3 that I actually watch the most. Personally, I think the rest of them are just kind of like, yeah, so-so. But Attack on Mika and Etra-chan saw it. Those are probably my 2 favorite series. I also found out that Etra-chan herself is actually a VTuber. I actually caught her stream a couple of weeks back, and I was kind of surprised. I'm like, all right, cool. Nice to run into her. Of course, she was speaking straight Japanese, so I had no idea what she... Well, okay, I couldn't understand most of what she said. My Japanese is so rusty at this point that... yeah. I guess at this point I'm kind of glad Ed's not on here because he'd be ribbing me about not studying anymore. So I need to go ahead and make sure I pick that back up as well. But yeah, this was a heck of a journey, wasn't it? I'd like to first of all thank you guys for hanging out with me while we read this book. We're studying the Japanese. Okay, that... I guess that could be a thing. I hadn't really thought of it. That would be pretty trippy. But... So yeah, like I was saying, I want to thank you guys for coming and hanging with me this whole time, and... Yes, we will be reading the entire trilogy. I realized that I actually don't have book 3 here, so I'm gonna have to make sure I go ahead and pick up a copy before we get to it. But apparently I've got some time, so that's cool. I am going to take a break from reading the books next week. we'll still have a reading stream, but I'll probably wind up doing something else, just kind of a breather between the books and everything, instead of going immediately into the next one. So I'll probably, like, take a break for a week or two, and then we'll go back in and we'll start book 2. Oh, hell. Another tongue twister, huh? Okay. Let's see here. Hang on a sec, let me... Alright, let me take a quick look at this. You're really gonna drop this on me at this time of night? Alright, fine, I see. Theophilus Thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles of Theophilus? No, Theophilus. No, wait, is that how you pronounce that? Theophilus Thistle. The thistle sifter sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. Where is the sieve of unsifted thistles? Theophilus Thistle. The thistle sifter sifted. Interesting. Alright, give me a second. On a side note, what the hell? I thought that I was pretty sure that I actually raised the voice line prices based on some conversation that I had last night, saying that they were woefully underpriced. So I wonder what happened to that. Oh, Zeb, you didn't refresh, did you? I see. Alright, fine. Zeb says, F your new price. Theophilus Thistle. Theophilus Thistle. Alright. Bollocks. Theophilus Thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. If Theophilus Thistle, the thistle shit. Theophilus Thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. If Theophilus, why do I keep tripping over his name? Theophilus Thistle. Theophilus Thistle, the thistle fuck me with a spoon. Theophilus Thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. If Theophilus Thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles, where is the sieve of unsifted thistles Theophilus Thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted? Finder. Yeah, that is what this feels like. You can still afford many, many more, huh? Well then, I'm glad I turned the price up. I can tell this one's going to be a bitch. Man. Theophilus thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. Theophilus thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. Where is the sieve of unsifted thistles? Theophilus thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted. Theophilus thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. Theophilus thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. Where is the sieve of unsifted thistles? Theophilus thistle, the thistle siever, sifted. Shit. Alrighty. Well, damn. Alright. Theophilus thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. Theophilus thistle, the thistle sifter, shit. Theophilus thistle, the thistle. This would probably be better if I actually held my tongue. Maybe not. Alright, fine. Theophilus thistle. Theophilus thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. Theophilus thistle, the thistles. I am saying that right. What the fuck? Thistle. Theophilus thistle, the thistle. Theophilus thistle, the Alright, last time. Excuse me, sorry. Theophilus thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sleeve of unsifted thistles. If Theophilus thistle, shit. Theophilus thistle, Theophilus thistle, Okay, this is really it. This is the last time. Theophilus thistle, the thistle sifter, sifted a sieve of unsifted thistles. Theophilus thistle, the thistle. Shit. Alright, fine. Fuck. Uncle. So, you've apparently found my nemesis. That would be the diphthong theft. You think this is your new favorite thing? Are you sure? Zeb, are you really, really sure this is your favorite thing? I know you're not sorry, Lemmy. I have a feeling, if anything else, this is basically going to be your mistress side coming out. However, okay, hold up. Again, why is the custom... Hang on, let me check this real quick, because that's not right. I could have sworn... Why is it... Dun, dun, dun. Okay, well that's fucking random. That's pretty interesting. I have no idea why it's not showing up. However, that being said, since now I'm definitely seeing an interesting use, I'm beginning to see exactly where you guys are going to wind up going with this. But that being said, let me do this. And do I need to do this first? Or is there something that I have to do in general? The customized game mysteriously becomes 10K. No, I wasn't gonna put it that high up. Of course, on the same note, let me check here. Okay, so, let me just double check this, and, alright. So, that looks like it changed on my end. I am not sure if... I'm not exactly sure how that changes for you guys, like while you're actually on the stream. So let me just kind of confirm something here real quick. So I'm going to change this to 2503. Oh, okay, it does change immediately. So then why did, if it changed immediately, well, if they changed it in real time, why the hell didn't they change the first time? And you know what? I'm just going to leave it like that for the moment, because at least I know that it actually changed. So, huh. All right, you know, I'm gonna leave that as it is. And okay, so that being said, all right, let me take another quick look. And what the heck? Okay. So, let me see here. I mean, this one's kind of fascinating. All I want is a proper cup of coffee. All I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper cup in a proper copper coffee. Is this a tongue twister, or is this just a? Because it looks like a tongue twister. All right. Well, let me take a look. It is a tongue twister. Okay then. All I want is a proper cup of coffee, made in a proper coffee cup, made in a proper copper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee from a proper copper pot. Tin coffee pots, or wait, tin coffee pots or iron coffee pots. They're not good to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee from a proper copper coffee pot, I'll just have tea. What the hell? All I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper copper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee from a proper copper pot. Okay then. So, again, that one's fascinating. It's also kind of long, but alright. So anyway, all I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper copper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee made from a proper copper pot. The coffee pots are tin coffee pots or iron coffee pots. They're not good to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee from a proper copper coffee pot, I'll just have tea. All I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper copper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee from a proper copper pot. All I want is a proper cup of All I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee made from. Wait, no. Yeah, I'm only gonna try this one more time. Yeah. All I want is a proper cup of wait, sorry. All I want is a proper cup of coffee made from a proper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee made from I keep saying made. Oh, that's why. All I want is a proper cup of coffee, made in a proper copper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee from a proper copper pot. Tin coffee pots or iron coffee pots, they're all not good to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee from a proper copper coffee pot, I'll just have tea. All I want is a proper cup of coffee, made from a proper copper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee from a proper copper pot. Fucking hell. No, so there. I guess that's as close as I'm gonna get for right now. And you know, that would have sucked if that had been on mute for a second. But I guess on that note, I see. You didn't hear that last attempt? Right. I see how you are. Gremlin brat. But, all jokes aside though, we are coming up on the 5-hour mark, which this was probably the longest time that it actually took, the longest section of the book, kind of covering the finale and everything else. So, you'll have to do it again. The minute doing becomes trying is the moment you decide to quit. God damn it, Sifu. All right, fine. I got 2 minutes left before we hit the 5-hour mark. So I guess it's time for. I guess I have time for one last try, or one last doing. All I want is a proper cup of cup. All I want is a proper cup of proper cup of. All I want is a proper cup of coffee, made in a proper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee made from a proper copper pot. Tin coffee pots or iron coffee pots, they're not as good to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee from a proper copper pot, from a proper cup. Okay, 15 seconds. All I want is a proper cup of coffee, made in a proper copper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee from a proper copper pot. Tin coffee pots or iron coffee pots, they're not good to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee from a proper copper coffee pot, I'll just have tea. All I want is a proper cup of coffee, made in a proper copper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee from a proper copper pot. Huh. Fine, 9 seconds over. Bullied by Sifu. Good effort. Good job. Thank you. God damn it. But on that note, we are now officially at 5 hours in. It is, I know. They are, and that's why I am doing them, because clearly I need to practice on those anyway. So, that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and we are, well, not because you paid for them, well, there's that too. I mean, I do have the right of refusal, but then at the same time, you know, hey, I put these up as voice redeem, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do them. I'm not gonna back down from a challenge just because it's a little tongue-tied. So, But on that note, so like I said earlier, I'd like to again thank you guys for coming out and hanging out with me while we were actually going ahead and, finishing up the book. For all of you who have been here for the book's journey, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you again. And also, thanks for hanging out, bleeding out the last minute kind of silliness at the end of stream here and stuff. So, 6.9 thousand points. Fuck. But, so I will be back again on Saturday. So I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing like an art stream, messing around with my Viroid model and trying to get the final painting and hopefully getting the hair on that guy. And then I think I'll be getting pretty close to starting to use the new body. So, and one last time, thanks again to Kirin Rise, to Ed for letting me read his awesome story. And of course, obligatory plug for his new work. So again, don't forget, if you guys get a chance, go ahead and make sure you check out the new webtoon, Centerline Punch. It's over on webtoons.com. Please, by all means, they are dropping a new episode every couple of Fridays, every other Friday. So tomorrow is going to be episode 5. Please feel free to go ahead and drop in and take a look. And thanks again for coming out and hanging with me and having fun, and I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. And in the meantime, I hope you guys stay chill, stay relaxed, and I will catch you again later on. So you guys have a good night. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. You guys take it easy. You'll take me easy? Oh, really? Somehow I have a hard time believing that. Just saying. Also, what the fuck? Now all of a sudden Stream Elements wants to go ahead and drop that timer? Okay.